could be anywhere doing a lot of different things, but you chose to be here.
Some shows don't need a celebrity narrator to introduce the show, but this show does. In a world filled with endless opportunities, why would two men who have built 13 multi-million-dollar businesses altruistically invest 5 hours per day to teach you the best practice business systems and moves that you can use? Because they believe in you, and they have a lot of time on their hands. They started from the bottom, now they're here. It's the Thrivetime show starring the former U.S. Small Business Administration's Entrepreneur of the Year, Clay Clark, and the entrepreneur trapped inside an optometrist's body, Dr. Robert Zillner. 2 men, 8 kids, co-created by 2 different women, 13 multi-million-dollar businesses.
We started from the bottom, now we're here. We started from the bottom, and we'll show you how to get here. Started from the bottom, now we're here. We started from the bottom, now we're here.
Mr. Clyde started from the bottom, and now we're at the top, teaching you the systems to get what we got. Colton Dixon's on the hooks, I break down the books. The C's bringing some wisdom and the good looks. As the father of 5, that's why I'm alive. So if you see my wife and kids, please tell them hi. It's the CNC up on your radio, and now 3, 2, 1, here we go.
We started from the bottom, now we're here. We started from the bottom, and we'll show you how to get here. Started from the bottom, now we're here. We started from the bottom, now we're here. We started from the bottom, now we're here. We started from the bottom, and we'll show you how to get here. Started from the bottom, now we're here.
So I'm a libertarian. So I like it when people wear what they want to wear to church. You want to dress formal? Great. You want to dress not formal? Maybe I think you should dress a certain way. Maybe you think I should. But the point is, I'm just like, I like it when the government is not around. Even Mike Mazie coming here, my daughter's on the campaign, and I'm like, I've heard about you people in the government. So the great irony that God somehow put upon my life is somehow I'm on the stage with America's political leaders. And they're like, what are you doing here? I'm like, what are you doing? So I'm a libertarian. I don't really like either party. I really don't. So, but I do like freedom, and I know that freedom isn't free, and I know there's a certain sacrifice that comes with that. So I'm just telling you that. So my conference was here. When you're here, I try to put how many of you have seen these success stories in the bathroom or on the walls, walked around? I try to fill the room with success stories so you can't possibly escape the idea that success is a choice that you're going to make or not make, but it's your fault either way. It's your fault. So you want to be successful, that's your fault. You do want to be successful, that's your fault too, your responsibility, okay? And nobody's going to do the push-ups for you. Make sense? So you can choose that. I think a lot of people think, well, success isn't possible. The American dream is dead. No. You might be dead, but the American dream is not. So you can do it. And I might say, well, you don't understand. I got sued. Oh, I do. It's a great story. You might say, well, you don't understand. You don't understand because I'm in a business that I do understand. You can choose. You're free. I'm just trying to put it in your, you guys get that feeling like you're around success? And you're just having to choose if you want to step up to it or not. That's what I'm trying to do. But I'm trying to create a polarizing atmosphere where and it really doesn't work well for some members of my extended family because they walk in and they're going, I feel like it's my fault that I'm not successful. They don't say that, but you feel it. They hate coming in the Thunderdome of entrepreneurship because they have reasons why they're not successful. And I'm going to give you the reasons, and then we'll go back to ZDBs. They'll say, well, I'm too old. They'll say this to you. And you're like, you're 40. I'm too old. Stop it. What were you, if you were born in 1800s? Are you worried about dying of scurvy? What's wrong with you? Right? And then they go, well, no, I'm too young. Too young. Like, what do you mean? You're 23? Eliza, are you here? Eliza. Come back up here. You continue to be 23. It's great. Okay. They say I'm too young. I started DJ Connection when I was 15, blew it up before I was 25, So, they say too young, too old. They say I'm a woman. You don't understand. I'm a woman. I'm a woman-owned business, and that's the problem. It's the women. People don't get respect in the world because women. This problem is sexist, right? Then I got a lot of clients I work with who happen to not be white, right? And they're doing great. But then there's other people. I was in Amarillo speaking at a church, and a guy puts his hand up. Well, as a black-owned business owner, what am I supposed to do? I'm like, I don't know what you need to do because you got a problem. If you're black-owned, white-owned, Hispanic-owned, whatever, it's you that's the problem. I work with a lot of successful black clients, white clients, women clients. It's you that's the problem. It's not black-owned or white-owned. Or you see that, though. And then I see white owners who are in, like, states, like, they're in Florida and Miami, and they're like, well, it's a white-owned business owner. How am I supposed to compete in Miami? I'm like, just stop finding your excuse. Right? So they say, I'm too young, I'm too old, no money, no time. I don't have time. Now's not a good time. My kids are graduating. You see, that's the problem. Okay, yeah, sure. I had 5 kids. They're too young. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even talk to my kids when they were young. I skipped their youth to be successful. That's what I did. I ruined my family. My kids hate me. Oh, yeah, that was the key. No, so you can be a successful father. They say, I'm too young, I'm too old. They have their thing, don't they? And you can pick it, okay? So back to you, Zadie Bees. You started your company. When did you start your company? What year was that?
1998.
Was that a good time to start a business as a woman in America?
It was kind of rare at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of rare. It was kind of unusual.
You're a woman-owned business. There's probably certain benefits to that, also certain drawbacks. What's the benefit of being a woman-owned business?
Well, that's a really good question. I don't know. I'm very driven, and I'm kind of have that. I think to be a business owner, whether you're a woman or a man, you have to have drive, and you have to have that. You just have to have drive because I when I started, it was very uncommon in my area for anyone to. Lady to own a business, and I started doing conventions, going to women's conferences. I started doing trunk shows, and within the first year, the second year that I started doing trunk shows, 3 or 4 women popping up. Well, I was young and immature, and I shared all my trade secrets, and next thing you know, here they all come popping up behind me. So, and it was a kind of a dog-eat-dog kind of situation, but they saw what I was doing, and they said, okay, this is a cool idea. We're going to do this. So I started traveling, and I traveled for many years, pulled a truck and trailer with my little mom, and we hauled and loaded and unloaded clothes, and it was pretty wild because we drove all over the Southeast. We even drove out west several times, but it was just a grind. It was really, really hard. In 2013, I was going to these conferences, and all these booths were popping up with women with the same exact clothes. I mean, everybody was selling the same thing. So all of a sudden, I decided, you know what? I've got to set myself apart, and that's when I decided to start creating and designing my own. And I just started researching. I started calling, just like you tell. I called all over New York, called all kinds of people, called everywhere, trying to find somebody that would create my designs for me.
Now, I'll say this, too, as a woman-owned business, I'll give you facts. These are facts. Look it up. Don't believe me. The majority of purchases in America are made by women. I think we know that. Do we know that, right? No matter what consumer study you look at, the vast majority of purchases are made by women, right? It's a real thing. But I also have a client I've worked with for a long time that does retail, and he's a man. He sells to women primarily. And I said, well, how do you do it? He said, well, I've been married for a while, and I've discovered I have no idea what my wife wants, ever. So I ask. So I ask, what do you like? What do you not like? And so I have like a very curious mind to try to stay married and to also learn my customers. And because I'm curious, that translates into my products, and it works, But you could also say, as a woman-owned, maybe it's more intuitive. But there's a reason why it couldn't. You could make an excuse as to why it wouldn't succeed. Now, you're in Canada, don't you know, where your prime minister is awesome because he's dating Katy Perry, which is great. Because Katy Perry's awesome, and Trudeau's awesome. I'm surprised that Trudeau would date a woman, but we continue. So, what is it a great time to be a Canadian business owner? Don't you know?
Well, they decided to kick him out, and they replaced him. They replaced him with a failed central banker from the UK, as if that.
They replaced Trudeau?
Oh yeah.
Come on.
Oh yeah. Yeah, with a failed central banker.
Mark, he's great. If you like what assisted suicide, what a great guy.
Well, now we're not even lying about the bankers being in charge. It's full front and center.
You're also the LGBTQ+++, whatever that is, head capital of the world now. That's a good thing, right?
They added like 4 new letters the other day.
And the taxation is incredible, don't you know? Isn't it great? Can't the taxes up there?
That's maybe a little bit misunderstood. Like our corporate rate's actually lower.
Educate us. We feel like it's too much.
Yeah, for an employee, you're going to get screwed pretty much anywhere in Canada. But for a business owner, we can get people down to about 11%. So that's pretty good.
Being that you're all Justin Bieber fans, are there any other benefits of being a Canadian business owner or drawbacks?
I mean, we're You talked about some circumstances being challenging. Like I started my firm in 2011 and in Alberta, and in 2015 the oil market crashes, right? And so a lot of people wouldn't know, but the province of Alberta has more oil than the entirety of the U.S. And when the price of oil goes from $80 a barrel to $40 a barrel overnight, it's equally violent on the downturn too. But
Didn't you start your company painting exteriors of buildings in the winter in Canada?
oh yeah. I actually owned a construction company long before I became an accountant, and you know, I had a habit of just saying yes. I think some business owners they start with no, and I tell people when you're first starting out, you should probably just start with yes, because one of my customers came to me, it's like, could you paint the outside of this high-rise tower downtown Edmonton?
In the winter.
Yeah, in the winter. Edmonton's like a city of like 1.3 million people.
How cold is that?
And I'm at the time, I'm like 19 years old, and so I just said, sure, I can do that.
How cold is it?
And then I had to go out and figure out how to do it.
How cold is it?
Oh, it's like minus 30, minus 40. So we're figuring out how to put the insulated tarps and the stuff in there. And you were making fun of the guys at the gas station the other day. It's like, but sometimes for some projects, you need those guys at the gas station to do it because no one else in their right mind is going to do those projects, right? So sometimes you got to find those people, right?
So I'm just saying, I want you to write this down somewhere, okay? I'll get on page 5 here, okay? It's not about resources, it's about resourcefulness. Going back to Tavis. So Tavis, you guys have grown your company, it's going great. Then we'll go to Eliza. You got this, doors, windows, you're doing it. You're doing it. And some things I want to say about you publicly. Andrew says, man, if Tavis says he'll do something, he does it. And so there's a lot of things that go behind that, but if you're a coaching client of mine, I follow up relentlessly. And it's to the point where it's probably, if you were in the meetings, you'd be very uncomfortable watching how I do it. But I'm going, well, I'm just going to pick on Thomas as an example. If Thomas was a client, and let's say that Andrew was coaching with you, I would go, why aren't they growing? What's going on or whatever? Or if you are growing, why is he growing? Or, what I mean? But it's like there's micromanagement and then there's micro management. Like manage, that's where I'm at. I'm like on it because I hate poverty. I hate lack of success. So I always hear, man, Tavis, if he says he's going to do it, he does it. So because you could make excuses. A lot of guys come to these conferences and they go, I'm a contractor and I'm, there's so many competitors, I can't compete, foreign labor, blah, blah, blah. But you do it. What is the mindset that you have?
Really, it's just to get it done because at the end of the day, it's all about, one, my employees and my customers. So every day trying to make sure that they have jobs. And at the same day, the only way that we all have jobs is that we're wowing our customers. So from the beginning to the end, there's an entire experience we've tried building around versus just coming in, installing some windows, and we're done. So from beginning to end, we're touching base with them.
Now, I'm going to go to Eliza here. Eliza, you're young, and this is why I hear with young folks and old folks. I see a lot of people I work with who are old folks. How old's old? I don't know. If you're like in your late 90s, you're probably an old folk. I don't know. Maybe, but people will tell me, they'll say, Clay, and I'll go to Bob Healy's example, Grill Blazer. Bob, he started Grill Blazer. He came with a quasi-functional prototype. Sean, will you go to YouTube and type in Grill Blazer reviews and find some reviews from the first conference he came to? So Bob comes to this and he goes, I want to sell this flamethrower. When you click it, it goes. And I'm like, what is it supposed to do? You click. Normally when you take that Back to the Future. Marty, remember back? Who's seen Back to the Future? Who's not seen it? There's a scene, Doc Brown, he puts this thing on Marty's head. He says, Marty, puts this thing on his head. You are part of the Coast Guard. He's like, no, you are. And he's like, do you know what this means? And Marty goes, no, I don't. It means this thing doesn't work. Because he had like a mind-reading machine he invented that didn't work, So it's when you're an inventor, who's ever invented a product? And if it doesn't work, that's a crazy energy. It's like, and now we're going to bring up our next presenter to show his product. So this is the product. Did you find the video shown on YouTube? You find it on YouTube? YouTube. Grill Blazer, reviews, grill gun. Find it from our first conference. You'll find it. Hunt it, find it, find it. So he's at our conference. It's like 10 years ago. And I'm going, Well, our next presenter, we'll bring him back up in a minute. You know, and there, you go with oldest videos. Oldest, keep hunting. You'll probably put them on the Thrive channel. You're going to find old videos from our conference. Sean, you have the capacity to find it. Okay, so, but it's a thing where it didn't work. Who's ever invented something that doesn't work? Come on, you've been to a public presentation, have you not? Like at a college where they go, and now we're going to show a slideshow about diversity in the workplace. And slide number 1, and it doesn't work. And then they go, well, wait. And you ever seen these academics that hide behind the PowerPoints? Because they can't communicate without the you ever been around a TV personality without a teleprompter? It's awesome. Hello, San Diego? I mean, so it's kind of a, so anyway, so that, I'm going, okay, so I pulled Bob aside. I said, Bob, we got to make a prototype that works. Type in Thrive 15 after it, Sean. YouTube, Thrive 15, you'll find it. Grill Blazer, keep hunting, you'll find it. So I said, you got to get that thing to work. All right? And then it becomes a thing of like, I've spent 10 years of my life developing this thing, and it always works except for when I present it to people. And I'm going, okay. So, but you got to somehow get it to where you got to get the thing that works, okay? But then it becomes, well, I've been doing it for 10 years now. I've never run a business before. I'm in my 60s. I've never done it. And then Bob had a card he used that was a new card. I hadn't seen this card in a while. He's like, I also have terminal cancer. And I'm like, oh, come on. See, that's not even fair. Now it's like punch the presenter in the face. Don't do that to me. Don't use the cancer card. I've seen that card before. It's dirty. It's a dirty move. You were sitting on that card. You know, that's like the ace card for all debates. But Bob, to his credit, there it is. You got it. Okay. So now you're going to hunt around. You'll find it. And so Bob is going, okay, I'm not going to let cancer beat me. I'm not going to let my age beat me. I'm not going to let the fact that my prototype doesn't work. I'm going to figure it out. And so we worked through this process, and we developed, and let's click on this video. We got the 42 seconds, Sean. You can put the one of the 42 seconds. There's Tim on the 42. Hit that thing. So this is it at the conference. Play here. This is the video.
My name is Tim Redmond, and I am from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I love the grill gun. This thing is so easy, and it's so powerful. I'm in love with this gun. I love fire, too, by the way. It's so easy. You get it, you push the little trigger there, it gets on, and you can make it go as much as you want or as little as you want. I love this thing. I've already bought it. I was the first one to buy it. I am proud to be the
Pause.
first
I think that Tim or Clay Stairs were the first people to buy it, but this was the first thing. If you go on the oldest videos, go back to the channel and click the oldest ones, you'll see some of the original videos of Bob. But you got to start somewhere. You can't despise beginnings. Okay? You can't despise beginnings. Sean, click on oldest videos. You got the oldest ones there? Oldest. You can sort by oldest. Oldest, yep. And then you should be able to find some of them. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, click the one that's 5 minutes and 16 seconds. This is the original marketing video. Down, to 516. Up, right there, 516. 516, hit it. This is the original marketing video. Again, don't despise small beginnings.
Hi, I'm Bob Healy. I'm the inventor of the grill gun and the sous vide gun, and I'm going to do a short video here.
Pause.
Today.
Using that podium right here. Okay, that podium. All right, that's the podium. And now we're going to go to, Sean, look up Grill Blazer and then Dude Perfect. All right? So Dude Perfect, you'll find it. So now we refine it. We get it looking good. And now we're making a Dream 100, which we're doing there, Sonia. So we're constantly reaching out to influencers saying, we have a product. It works. Can we send you an example? Can we send you a sample? Keep scrolling down. Grill gun. Type in grill gun. You'll find it. Okay. Grill gun. Dude Perfect. We'll get it. There he is. Hit play. Hit play.
Ty, you coming?
Yeah, I'm just getting the camera got off. It's
like 25 minutes. No, you'll find it. Scroll through it.
I know.
You'll get it, Sean. You'll get it. Back it up. Okay. You'll see when he has the grill gun. Keep going. You'll get it. Back a little more, Sean. Back a little more. Back. Back it back. You're okay. Keep hunting. There it is. Back. Hit play. Okay. This is the biggest show in America at the time. Okay, now crank it up.
Thank you. I am underway and I am presenting. Gentlemen, let me introduce you to the grill gun.
I would have greened that anyway.
I need that.
Yes!
That is sweet.
You want full power?
let's tone it down because this is not the only thing I have to offer.
Oh, it's not going to stand.
Pause.
Yeah, let's try
So
it.
now if you go to grillblazer.com, but the process of getting that product on that show involved making a prototype that worked, okay? Then coming to our conferences and getting reviews from people like you. Could you leave a review? Could you check it out? And we have a treasure trove of them somewhere. We can probably put them in Dropbox on a bunch of these videos. But anyway, but then the product, and we're reaching out relentlessly to influencers. And why don't influencers, Eliza, why don't influencers immediately respond and go, oh yeah, I'd love to promote your product?
Well, they have nothing invested in it. And if they know nothing about it and they haven't gotten anything out of it, they don't use it, they don't know what it's good for, you're indifferent.
Tavis, if you had a big show, and someone sent you a product, why would you not just hop on your show and promote it? Or why? Maybe you would.
Why wouldn't I?
Or maybe you would. What would you do if someone sent you a product that said, "Please promote it"? What would you do?
I'd promote it.
You would promote
If
it.
it worked. If
You
it
would.
fit. Yeah.
Would you promote it?
I'm a grill guy.
I'd be worried, like, what if it sucks? What if it blows up? What if it kills one of my viewers?
See, I would never promote it. Like I just wouldn't. Because I was like, what if it doesn't work? And now Melissa's upset. She bought it and it doesn't work. And now all of a sudden my audience is pissed. I even worry about referring people to each other. Like, so Winters and King, my law firm, I only recommend them because I use them all the time. But I'm very hesitant. Anybody like that? You're hesitant to refer anybody to anybody because it always blows up in your face? Like people go, Clay, you're gravel guy, great guy. Who is he? And if I go, I don't want you to call my gravel guy. Why? Because if you call my gravel guy and you're not happy, now I have to mediate it and I don't make a commission. You know what I'm saying? So anybody like that? You're a little bit leery? So we had to figure out with Bob, like, how can we incentivize influencers to want to promote it? Does that make sense? So we had to figure out a commission code and a promo code and a link. And Avery, I'm going to bring you up here real quick. Can I bring you up here? Avery, she produces or is one of the producers of the Flyover Conservatives podcast, okay? There's Avery. Yeah, they have a great show. And let's get her on the mic real quick. So Avery, you probably get someone that pitches a product to you once a month or maybe once a day or some interval. And when they reach out to you to promote a product, why don't you just by default say, sure, let's get you on the show and let's promote the heck out of it for no benefit to us?
Yeah. We have a lot of medical, like, hey, we have a great supplement or something. We're like, we're not going to promote it unless we've used it. Like, it's hard to tell you, like, hey, this is going to change your life if it hasn't changed your life as you're pitching it. So we always make sure that we like it first. We try it. Does it have a benefit? Like the grill gun, like, does it actually work? And then we can actually like share that energy with our audience.
But because you guys have a big show,
yeah,
and Sonia over here has a great product, what would, and I'm not trying to force this interaction, but if Sonia said, hey, we have great women's clothes and we think we should pitch it on your show, what would be the filter process that you would go through to decide whether to promote a clothing line of some kind?
We would try it, see if we like it, and see if it's a good fit. And then number 3, we want to make sure that our audience gets like a promo code. They get a discount, so they're incentivized. And then we get, percentage of the sales, so we want to promote it. And
just so you're clear for anybody out there who wants to market to influencers, influencers are usually poverty-stricken, and they usually make no money for the views they have. So usually you'll meet someone, I'll meet them all the time at conservative events, and they'll go, I've got 1.8 million followers on X, I've got 1 million subscribers on YouTube, I don't make any money, which is not abnormal, okay? Because usually you don't make any money as an influencer, you make money selling a product. So, Sonia, I want to pass the mic to you. If you were trying to get as you're marketing to influencers, do you have any questions for Avery about their vetting process? Because they're one of the largest conservative shows, and you sell conservative clothing. Any questions you would have there?
Yes, that would be interesting because Clay has introduced the thoughts of getting on podcasters and promoting my product. So I would love to, explore that. So I would love to know how to actually break into a conservative type.
If they email you, do you get the emails or who gets the emails?
Yep. So you can email us at info@flyoverconservatives.com.
But you get a lot of people pitching products.
Yes.
And a lot of ones you say no to.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go back to you. I want to switch the mic to Eliza here. Eliza, when you're out there doing the Dream 100, okay? The Dream 100. I'm just trying to help somebody. Dream 100 is where it's a marketing process where you reach out to your ideal and likely buyers to try to get them to refer you. And you're reaching out trying to get people to refer you tattoo removal services. So who are you reaching out to?
Tattoo shops.
To?
Yeah, tattoo shops and permanent makeup places. I think all of us have seen a set of brows that were a bit too dark or too close together or too big. And, tattoo shops, that's my direct market, is people who have tattoos, and they are constantly there. So, you know, one of the things that tattoo artists do the most are cover-ups. It's also the thing they struggle with the most. So I'm helping them, and I'm helping their clients. We both make money.
But when you reach out to these people to try to get them to refer you, what's the initial reaction when you first meet them? You call them or you show up?
Initially, they're interested. They don't know if it's going to work, and so you know, kind of talk or show them the process. If I can, I like to be there, introduce myself. You know, people like faces. That's memorable. And also, I have you know, we offer 50% off your first service. So most people are worried, like, is it going to work? And how expensive is it? And that cuts, you know, both of those questions out.
Tavis, you have people that refer you business. What kind of people refer you business in the door and window space?
A lot of family, friends, neighbors, pretty much everyone, because we're always asking to.
Do you have any like home builders that use you on every project, or remodelers?
We got builders, remodelers. I mean, we even have other roofing companies that use us.
And I just want to be clear, that's called the Dream 100 system. It's where you're making a list of your ideal and likely buyers, and you're trying to reach out them to get them to refer you. But the process of doing that, it has to be a win-win. And I want to show you one more example about differentiating yourself in small beginnings, then we'll take a break here. Okay, so we're going to go to YouTube and look up the Gary V podcast, and then look at or type in Wine Library, and look at the episode number 1. Okay, so Gary Vaynerchuk is now known as like one of the top influencers in social media, but this was his first show. Look at this thing. Here you go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first episode of Wine Library TV. I am Gary Vaynerchuk, Director of Operations here at Wine Library at winelibrary.com, and I am very proud to launch what we think is the first video wine blog. We've been talking about doing a blog here at Wine Library for a long time.
Pause. Okay, that's enough of that there, Sean. That was the first one. Okay, how long ago was that one? Let's see what the date on that was. That was 19 years ago. And now let's go to the newest one, or newer one, so we can see that there. Okay, here we go. All right. There we go. And go into videos. Hey, hit play on that one, Sean. Hit play on that one. And then crank up the audio. Here we go.
And welcome to Wine Library TV. I am your host, Gary Vaynerchuk. And this, my friends, is...
Pause. Now go type in Gary Vaynerchuk on YouTube, okay? And some of you might like his style, some of you might not, but I'm just trying to show you the evolution of this guy's broadcast and podcast. So he started out doing a show talking about wine and buying wine to start an online wine retail business, okay? His mom and dad owned a liquor store. He had a vision he could sell wine online, so he started the Wine Library Show. Episode 1, not so awesome. It got better over time. Now this is what he does now. So this is his typical videos here. Let's click play on it.
Gary V content will come out tomorrow. 412. Tomorrow, my personal brand will post 412 social media posts across 10 platforms and 81 different handles. At Gary V the Garage Sailor, at Gary V Wine, at Gary V Jet.
Pause. Anyway, so it's like an evolution. So you can't despise small beginnings. You have to start somewhere. Josh, can we show one of your first videos there?
Yeah, if you just pull up Spurl CPA. So, like, you don't have to be a social media guy to do this. Like, you can be an accountant and just click on videos.
This is the one where you're nude running through the woods, the first one?
That's not that one.
Oh, that's right.
Scroll go to the very, very first one. Like, you scroll, go back up. The first one's, you searched it by oldest there. So, top left, there you go. This is the very first one. And it's so bad. We had no idea what we were doing. And... Wait till you see the...
I find it to be compelling.
One of the main questions would be, how do you...
Okay, you can hit pause there.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy?
That's Yahweh.
I like this guy more than you.
Yahweh still works for me today. You can hit pause there. So
Yahweh?
Yahweh, yeah.
Okay, wow.
He still works for me today. And it was like Russian roulette. Like every Monday we were doing videos, and I was going to pick one of them to do videos. And these are all accountants, and they were terrified of doing these videos.
How many of you thought Yahweh would look different?
And so like we were just going to do this, right? And so now go back to the channel.
The charismatic Christians got that. Okay.
And pick like the second, not the very, pick that one there.
You know, for the people saw some charts
now,
out there that are going around.
Now we've gotten a little better at the process, right? But the key part is like people see that and you can just go back to the channel, and there'll be one very important statistic that people don't want to see. Like, scroll right up to the top. Like, how did we do that? How did I get better at making the videos? I made 748 of them over, I don't know, 7 or 8 years, right? And even like the posts, like you could go to like the Instagram channel, like go to.
And one thing I'll say just real quick with his business isn't designed to be a mass appeal. He works primarily with business owners. So he has hundreds of business owners he works with where it's not designed to reach millions of people. So for what he's doing in the accounting space, it's a remarkable lead generation machine that you've created. So it's not like designed to be a mass marketed show where there's like 1 million views talking about cat videos or something. Okay, keep going.
Yeah, and like scroll up on the Instagram there. Like we have 41,000 followers. For perspective, like the largest accounting firm in Canada is Deloitte. They have about 20,000 followers, and people want to do that, but it's like, how did I do it? Well, we posted 3,354 times.
You should post again.
We will.
Okay.
We will post today automated without, because of a system and process.
Now, real quick, I want to just bring this up, and then we'll take a quick break here. Does everybody feel good about standing out in the cluttered marketplace? Do we all feel good about that? Because ZDB's great brand. If you're looking for conservative clothing, great people, made in America products, ZDB's right there. There's Sonia. You can talk to her during the break. She's done it. She's doing it. If you said, I kind of want to get a regrettable tattoo while I'm in Tulsa and then get it removed next year, that's what Eliza does, so you can get that done. We've got that. If you want, if you're looking for siding and doors, Tavis, what markets do you service? What markets are you in there, Tavis?
Omaha, Lincoln, and Iowa as well.
Okay, and again, everybody's gonna have a different presentation style, different personality, but you got to find a way to stand out. We on the same page? Okay. Josh Spurl said you got to stand out. Okay, and then you want to think through what is your no-brainer. That's where you want to make sure you put that somewhere on box 4. You have to have a no-brainer offer, an offer that's so good that people can't say no to it. So like in my world, at our conferences, most of my clients I work with for 8 years, 9 years, until they sell the company usually, right? And so some of you guys, I've met with you and talked to you about pest inspection. I've talked to you about pest control. We've met. We've had a conversation, right? And I said, I can't work with you in Tulsa because I work with your competitor. We've had that conversation. So that conversation probably cost you time and money to fly to Tulsa. It probably cost me time and money to meet. And at this point, I've not made any money, but hopefully we've benefited each other. You know what I mean? But that relationship might take years to develop. But when I have a client, typically our clients are with us for years and years and years. But the reason why I do a free consultation is the same reason that I do for $1 haircut. It's the same reason with the DJ business. We did free consultations. When I was at the bridal show, just trying to give you some ideas at the trade show, we would say, if you'll schedule a first meeting with us, you're entered in for a chance to win a trip to Hawaii. And then we'd always make a big deal about it when we gave the trip away so we actually did it. So if you go to rumble.com, Sean, and look for Hawaii, and then Thrivetime show. So for Elephant in the Room to this day, if you become a member, you're entered in for a chance to win a trip to Hawaii. And I do that because people are like, well, the haircut's $1 and I get a chance to win a trip to Hawaii. Why would I not do it? And you say, well, what does that cost me? Let's say we spend $4,000 or $5,000 a year on the trip. Well, one, it's really special for the person who wins, but also, why would you not? You know what I mean? If the haircut's $1 and you have a chance to win a trip to Hawaii, why would you not? I'd rather do that than spend $5,000 a month on AdWords. Does that make sense to you? So it's a bit. So this is the guy who won. His face, he's not a crier, but I almost got him. And if you hit play, this is his reaction to it. I just want you to see, you have to have a no-brainer, okay? And you got to stand out in the marketplace. How are you going to? Everybody here can do that. If you're a home builder, home remodel, here we go. Hit back it up a little bit.
Trip to Hawaii.
Oh, here we go. He thinks he won a TV, by the way.
I'm Carly. Nice to meet you. Go ahead and call.
We called him and said, come on by to get your TV. TV, here he goes. He's never been here before.
Very big. This is Brian.
You have won a TV and a dream vacation to Hawaii. We got him. Pause. Women, this is man code. He's about ready to have an emotional moment. He's like, he's looking for a shed or a tree or something to go behind to cry. Now let's go to this year's winner. We have one more, Sean. So I'm just trying to help you guys. Go back. We have one more. Back there. Should be one more. There you go. This is the one we just gave away a month ago, I think. Same guy, great guy. He thinks he won a TV. Doesn't know he won a trip to Hawaii. Okay, let's hit play. I'm just trying to help you. You got to have a no-brainer. Everybody got that in your idea? You got that in your mind? Here we go.
Hi, are you Michael? I am. Hi, let's get you your TV. Come on in.
Oh, yeah. TV. This guy.
Go right through here.
Here he
Got
comes.
it right over here.
Right over here. Right in the TV area.
What's up, man? Play, right? Yep. Michael with me. Nice to meet you. There, sir. All right. Yeah. Come on up here real quick here, sir. Yeah.
Here we go.
Congratulations, brother. This is a member. Who knows this guy? Okay. And he just won a trip to Hawaii, so are you excited? Yeah.
Pause. Anyway, he's reacting. You know, some people react to surprises different. Some people are like, I hate you people, or I'm excited, or whatever. But I'm just saying, so make sure we're clear on box 4, and then we'll take a break here. Does everybody feel good about this idea? You have to stand out. Have we given you enough examples where you can see some different ones? Does everybody know that Sonia and her company's ADBs exists? Has everybody heard the name enough where you kind of will remember the name? I don't think you will yet. Because branding is saying it enough to where it creates a neural pathway or a memory, right? And how many times do you have to hear, honestly, how many of you are probably going to never forget the names ADBs again because you've heard it a few times? How many of you, just by show of hands, how many of you will probably go, I'll probably remember? How many, honestly, though, you get in the plane tomorrow, you're like, I think it was Macy's? I think it was Macy's. Yeah, she was with Macy's. How many of you are probably going to forget if you don't hear it another 50 times? Honestly, I just want to know. Show of hands. So and that's what branding is it's constantly trying to stand out, okay? So a couple things I want to do here, branding, then we'll take a break. Did anybody have some more gelato this morning? Gelato, okay? And so if you guys could look up one more time, Beaches and Cream. For anybody who didn't leave a review yesterday, that's Beaches and Cream. And then a few people told me I couldn't find it, which means there's no bad students, there's just bad teachers. It means I'm a bad communicator. So you just want to Google. You say, can I use DuckDuckGo? No, although it is good for research. But you want to go look for Beaches and Cream, Satellite Beach. If you haven't left a review, you can do that. And then on the meat company, the website is Farm Fresh Delivery. Mark, can we have you come up here one more time real quick here, Mark? So I want to make sure. Who had some beef jerky? Who mixed it with your gelato? You did? Okay, yeah. Okay, so then real quick, we're going to make sure we leave. Okay, so now as far as your, how do we find your Google map?
Yeah, just search Farm Fresh Northwest.
And do you deliver all over the country or just in Northwest? Or?
We prefer to deliver ourselves. So we deliver like the Seattle metro from Canadian border down to like Olympia. And then we ship to Washington, Oregon, and Idaho.
And what city is your Google map in?
There's a Seattle or a Marysville.
Let's look for Farm Fresh Marysville, see if we can find that Google map. And if you're trying to direct people to leave you a review, you got to kind of walk them through it, okay? Because it's not going to full up the way that you want it to. I'll never forget one of my highly motivated, highly caffeinated, very excited clients went to a trade show, and they were fired up. And they said, hey, our review guy got a lot of reviews, like 100 reviews. And I said, looking at your map, and I don't see a lot of reviews. I see a couple. And they go, oh, no. I go, what? Oh, no. He left reviews, got reviews for their number one competitor because they came up in the search results when you typed in the term. And he's kind of lackadaisical, kind of casual on the explanation of like, oh, you just Google this and leave a review. And so people were leaving reviews, thus increasing. He was down by 100 reviews, and as a result of the event they did, they went backwards by another 100 the wrong way, which is awesome if you're in the competitor, because they're thinking, the Lord is blessing me with reviews from heaven. Okay, all that Yahweh talk. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take a break here. We'll be back. It's 9:23. We'll come back here at 9:45. But please meet all the presenters. Great job, Flyover Conservatives. Great job, Avery. Let's hear it for Eliza, Tavis, the whole team. Mark, thank you guys. And please leave them a review. Leave them a review. Leave them an objective review. Leave them an objective review. And then, Mark, I'm going to keep you up here.
But that Clay Clark, man, he is one character.
It's a good word for him. Character. Yeah, that is it.
Good, driven, smart, and I've never met a guy who was so hyper all the time. He's doing so much good. And then I met his mother, and she just says, she just lets him be Clay Clark. I mean, so he's endorsed by his mother, and he's doing magnificent work. So it was great meeting you out there and all the people that he surrounds himself with. Clay Clark starts his days at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, it's incredible. Yeah, he's a machine. He's a machine.
Yeah. But I have problems with my company starting at 9 o'clock. Yes, hundreds of people showing up at 5 a.m. in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Man, he's a leader of a leader. He's a fantastic young man.
Oh, he is. He is. Yeah. And it's for the folks that aren't familiar with you, and probably few and far between, I first came across you, gosh, probably 15 years ago, or maybe even 20.
Clay Clark is here somewhere. Where's my buddy Clay? Clay's the greatest. I met his goats today. I met his dogs. I met his chickens. I saw his compound. He's like the greatest guy.
I ran from his goats, his chickens, his dogs.
So this guy's like the greatest marketer you've ever seen, right? His entire life, Clay Clark, his entire life is marketing.
Clay, my honor to be on your show, and thank you for all you do. I hear the ripple effects from you are good ripple effects. You know what I mean? People rave about what they learned from you, so congratulations.
Hello, my name is Charles Kolaw with Kolaw Fitness. Today I want to tell you a little bit about Clay Clark and how I know Clay Clark. Clay Clark has been my business coach since 2017. He's helped us grow from 2 locations to now 6 locations. We're planning to do 7 locations in 7 years and then franchise. And Clay has done a great job of helping us navigate anything that has to do with like running the business, building the systems, the checklists, the workflows, the audits, how to navigate lease agreements, how to buy property, how to work with brokers and builders. This guy is just amazing. He's this kind of guy has worked in every single industry. He's written books with like Lee Cockrell, head of Disney, with the 40,000 cast members. He's friends with like Mike Lindell. He does Reawaken America tours, where he does these tours all across the country, where 10,000 or more people show up to some of these tours. On the day-to-day, he does anywhere from about 160 companies. He's at the top. He has a team of business coaches, videographers, and graphic designers and web developers, and they run 160 companies every single week. So think of this guy with a team of business coaches running 160 companies. So in the weekly, he's running 160 companies. Every 6 to 8 weeks, he's doing Reawaken America tours. Every 6 to 8 weeks, he's also doing business conferences where 200 people show up, and he teaches people a 13-step proven system that he's done and worked with billionaires, helping them grow their companies. So I've seen guys from startups go from startup to being multimillionaires, teaching people how to get time freedom and financial freedom through the system. Critical thinking, document creation, putting it into organizing everything in their head to building into a franchisable, scalable business. Like one of his businesses has like 500 franchises. That's just one of the companies or brands that he works with. So amazing guy, Elon Musk kind of like smart guy. He kind of comes off sometimes as socially awkward, but he's so brilliant, and he's taught me so much. When I say that, like Clay is like, he doesn't care what people think when you're talking to him. He cares about where you're going in your life and where he can get you to go. And that's what I like him most about him. He's like a good coach. A coach isn't just making you feel good all the time. A coach is actually helping you get to the best you. And Clay has been an amazing business coach. Through the course of that, we became friends. I was really most impressed with him is when I was shadowing him one time. We went into a business deal and listened to it. I got to shadow and listen to it. And when we walked out, I knew that he could make millions on the deal. And they were super excited about working with him. And he told me, he's like, I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to turn it down, because he knew it was going to harm the common good of people in the long run. And the guy's integrity just really wowed me. It brought tears to my eyes to see that this guy, his highest desire was to do what's right. And anyways, just an amazing man. So anyways, impacted me a lot. He's helped navigate anytime I've got nervous or worried about how to run the company, or navigating competition and an economy that's like, I remember we got closed down for 3 months. He helped us navigate on how to stay open, how to get back open, how to just survive through all the COVID shutdowns, lockdowns, because our clubs were all closed for 3 months, and you have $350,000 bills you've got to pay, and we have no accounts receivable. He helped us navigate that, and of course we were conservative enough that we could afford to take that on for a period of time. But it was, anyways, great man. I'm very impressed with him. So Clay, thank you for everything you're doing, and I encourage you, if you haven't ever worked with Clay, work with Clay. He's going to help magnify you, and there's nobody I have ever met that has the ability to work as hard as he does. He probably sleeps 4, maybe 6 hours a day, and literally the rest of the time he's working, and he can outwork everybody in the room every single day, and he loves it. So anyways, this is Charles Kola with Kola Fitness. Thank you, Clay, and anybody out there that's wanting to work with Clay, it's a great opportunity to ever work with him. So you guys have a blessed one. This is Charles Kola. We'll see you guys. Bye-bye.
The Thrivetime Show, 2-day interactive business workshops, are the highest and most reviewed business workshops on the planet.
You can learn the proven 13-point business systems that Dr. Zellner and I have used over and over to start and grow successful companies. I mean, we get into the specific steps on what you need to do to optimize your website. We're going to teach you how to fix your conversion rate. We're going to teach you how to do a social media marketing campaign that works. How do you raise capital? How do you get a small business loan? We teach you everything you need to know here during a 2-day, 15-hour workshop. It's all here for you. You work every day in your business, but for 2 days you can escape and work on your business and build these proven systems, so now you can have a successful company that will produce both the time freedom and the financial freedom that you deserve. You're going to leave energized, motivated, but you're also going to leave empowered. The reason why I've built these workshops is because as an entrepreneur, I always wish that I had this. And because there wasn't anything like this, I would go to these motivational seminars, no money down, real estate, Ponzi scheme, get motivated seminars, and they would never teach me anything. It was like you went there and you paid for the big chocolate Easter bunny, but inside of it, it was a hollow nothingness. And I wanted the knowledge, and they're like, oh, but we'll teach you the knowledge after our next workshop. And the great thing is we have nothing to upsell. At every workshop, we teach you what you need to know. There's no one in the back of the room trying to sell you some next big get-rich-quick, walk-on-hot coals product. It's literally, we teach you the brass tacks, the specific stuff that you need to know to learn how to start and grow a business. And I encourage you to not believe what I'm saying, and I want you to Google the Z66 auto auction. I want you to Google elephant in the room. Look at Robert Zellner and Associates. Look them up and say, are they successful because they're geniuses, or are they successful because they have a proven system? When you do that research, you will discover that the same systems that we use in our own business can be used in your business. Come to Tulsa, book a ticket, and I guarantee you it's going to be the best business workshop ever, and we'll even give you your money back if you don't love it. We've built this facility for you, and we're excited to see you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Just lost the feeling that I had today. Do all these good times come and go away? Tell me something that I could save. Sometimes I just want to walk away, and I begin to understand ships can sink or rise, but I'm standing here tonight, and I'm knocking on your door. I'll be anything you like, if you can tell me what I'm here for. Do we go on and on and on and on? Do we go on and on and on and on? I just asked some questions that I've never had. Just who we are fade out like a photograph. 'Cause if I could, I'd do it all again. The good times, bad times, sink or swim. Yeah, I finally realized ships can sink and rise, but I'm standing here tonight, and I'm knocking on your door. I'll be anything you like, if you can tell me what I'm here for. Do we go on and on and on and on? Do we go on and on and on and But I'm standing here tonight, and I'm knocking on your door. I'll be anything you like, you can tell me what I'm here for. Do we go on and on and on and on? Do we go on and on and on and on? I just lost the feeling that I had today. Do all these good times come and go away?
They say the whole lot is watered down, and this town lost its fate. Our colors will fade eventually, so if the time is running out, day after day, we'll make the Monday our masterpiece. Oh my, oh my, love. I'll take one look at you, you're taking me out of the ordinary. I want you laying me down to your dead bed, on the edge of the night, staying drunk on your ride. The angels up in the clouds, our chair there's no one without. Of the ordinary, you got me kissing the ground of your sanctuary. Shatter me with your touch, all over time it does. The angels up in the clouds, our chair there's no one without. Hopeless, hallelujah. On this side of heaven's gate. All my life, how do ya? Breathe in, take my breath away. As you fall to our right, you the sculptor of the night. Oh my, you're taking me out of the ordinary. I want you laying me down to a dead body. On the after night, staying drunk on your mind. The angels up in the clouds, my chair is long without. Tell me so loud, the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground in the sanctuary. Shatter me with your touch, all over time in the dark. The angels up in the clouds, my chair is long without. Tell me so heavenly, higher than ecstasy, heavier next to me. Oh my, until I saw your light, I know you had to touch to find something so out of the ordinary. I want you laying me down to a dead end, on the edge of your knife, staying drunk in your vine. The angels up in the clouds, our chair there's no one we found. Tell me so out of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground in your sanctuary. Shatter me with your touch, all over time in the dark. The angels up in the clouds, our chair there's no one we found. Thank you to the Brits, thank you to James Blunt, thank you to the Audi Orchestra and choir, thank you to my beautiful wife. Thank you guys. We'll see you next time, okay?
My life is a movie, and everyone's watching. So let's get to the good part, and past all the nonsense. Sometimes it's hard to do the right thing when the pressure's coming down like lightning. It's like they want me to be perfect, but they don't even know that I'm hurting. This life's not easy, and I'm made out of steel. Forget that I'm human, day. When the pressure's coming down like lightning, it's like they want me to be perfect, but they don't even know that I'm hurting. Life's not easy, I'm not made out of steel. Don't forget that I'm human, don't forget that I'm real. Act like you know me, but you never will. But there's one thing that I know for sure, I'll show you, I'll show you, I'll show you, I'll show you. This life's not easy, I'm not made out of steel. Don't forget that I'm human, don't forget that I'm real. Act like you know me, but you never will. But there's one thing that I know for sure, I'll show you, I'll show you.
Here at New York's iconic Guggenheim Museum with the TV debut of their new song, Swim. Once again, BTS!
Swim, swim, I fall in love your skin. Swim, swim, I could spend a lifetime watching you swim, swim. This is how it all begins. Swim, swim, I just wanna dive, I just wanna dive.
That world, better ways to wake up in this mad world. Never place that I can breathe in this mad world. Looking like a goody in this bad world. Bad world, don't know how to act, girl. I'm in the tea, tell me where the hell you at, girl. Oh, you ain't even gotta love me back, girl. You know that I never hold him back, girl. Yeah.
So easy, so hard. Life's like this, I just wanna get in love. Right here with the morning shows. I ain't gotta
simple, but you'd rather make it hard. Loving you is like a battle, and we both end up with scars. Tell me who I have to be to get some reciprocity. 'Cause no one loves you more than me, and no one ever will. Is this just a silly game that forces you to act this way? Forces you to scream my name, then pretend that you can't stay. Tell me who I have to be to get some reciprocity. 'Cause no one loves you more than me, and no one ever will. No matter how I think we grow, you always seem to. What are you doing? What are you doing? It ain't working. Rocking and rolling over here. It ain't working. And when I try to walk away, you hurt yourself.
I do not do that as much. I still do. I always do it, but I just mostly focus.
All right, we're looking for to get started here for our next segment. We're going to start our next segment, and so if you are here, we want to get you everyone into a seat. Sean will have you kill the music here. We're going to go ahead and start with our next session, and we'll provide some time for everybody to gather. We're going to start our next session here, so we'll kill the music. We're working through. If you're watching online, you're going, what have I stumbled upon? What this is it's a business growth conference. But on a bigger level, a business is just a vehicle to help you hit your financial goals. The business in and of itself is not the goal. Hopefully that is abundantly clear over the weekend. Maybe I'll do a better job of communicating that idea. But we're going to bring up different entrepreneurs and let you hear their stories. And maybe you'll see this. The business is an important part, but it is a vehicle. And I'll just give you an example. One of the people that I work with happens to be a professional athlete. And, when you're working with a professional athlete and their playing career comes to an end, it's sort of rocking for them. Like, wow, this is what I did. And now I'm freakishly in better shape than everyone, but I'm no longer wanted in my field. And just a feeling of abandonment and loss and just rejection from your peers where they're like, we like you, you just can't be on the team anymore. And then when you go from making $4 or $5 million a year to making no money per year, you walk into a local Dick's Sporting Goods and they go, wow, I'm glad you're here. You look athletic, but we'll pay you $13 an hour. And you used to make $5 million a year, and there's no real backup there. And you're like, oh man. So they go, well, hey, if you want to coach, and you go, yeah, okay, I want to coach. What do I do with that? They go, well, you have the same schedule that you used to have as a player, but more. So now you work 7 days a week. But instead of $5 million, we're going to put you at like 80,000. And you go, oh, okay. And then how does that work? And they go, yeah, and your per diem is gone now too. But we do provide housing for you. Now, if you get to be one of the top 26, 28 coaches in the world, you might make 1/10 of your players, and that'll be an interesting dynamic when you're trying to coach a guy who makes $52 million a year, and you make $2 million a year. Have fun with that. But that's coaching, And so if you're not careful, that can define you. Your career can define you. And if you lose it or it doesn't go as well, this year was not as good as last year, now all of a sudden you feel like your net worth is in your net worth. Does that make sense? So I'm trying to detach that. This isn't a socialist conference, but this is a thing. I want you guys to have success as people, and that's more important because everybody was created by God. God did not create you by accident. So I'm going to bring up some different success stories. And sir, for anybody who's watching online, can you tell everybody who you are again, first and last name, and what the name of your company is? I'll be kind of stand here in the light a little more so we can see you there. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, Mark Latham. Company is Farm Fresh Northwest.
What all do you sell, and how does it just kind of walk us through the business model, kind of a 90-second overview here?
Yeah, we deliver beef, pork, chicken, lamb, all raised on pasture, and deliver directly to customer doorstep in small quantity, and also sell large bulk orders like quarter beef, half a hog at a time.
If you were in Tulsa, I'm not saying this, just to say it. If you were in Tulsa, that's all I would buy is from you. I would. Would you too, Greg? And Greg, because for some reason you're channeling like an inner Southern Baptist energy this morning, come on up here. Since Greg started chain smoking a few days ago, he's got more of a gravelly Barry White kind of energy, but he also says that's right and amen and okay. And then Trisha, can you come up here as well? Trisha's from Florida. She brought some of that weather with her. Thank you. And she brought the gelato. I'm going to bring you guys up here. So how many of you, by show of hands, if you could have local, organic produce and meat delivered to your home, set it and forget it, that's what you would do?
Oh, yeah.
Can you cue up Barry White, Everlasting Lovers? I can't get enough of your loving. That would be what we need, okay? So how many of you, by show of hands, would do that, though? You would actually... Who wouldn't? Now, what I do, Mark, I'll tell you kind of the troubling thing that I do with my... If you guys want to find me or attack me or criticize me, you'll find me at Reese's every night. There it is. That's where I go. So every day after work, I take my wife. We go on a date, which to me I go to Reese's, okay? And I go to Reese's, and I kind of like going there. You know, I kind of know some of the people. I talk to the meat guy. One guy's really hateful. One guy's really nice. And I look for the nice guy. You know, how you doing? And then I go there. Anybody here kind of, you have like a routine at night? You kind of do your thing, kind of unwind. My wife and I talk about, by the time we get to Reese's, we've solved most of the life's problems, you know. And then I start planning my hot tub rendezvous. I'm like, so can we turn on the hot tub? And then I kind of, but I like Reese's. It's kind of a thing I do. But I would totally deliver my food to direct. How many homes do you deliver to right now?
We deliver to about 500 homes a month ourselves, and then we're shipping, 15 to 20 that we ship out.
He can ship your meat. He can also ship your pants, but he doesn't ship your pants because he doesn't sell pants. So now, why aren't you in Tulsa? Why aren't you in someone like that? He liked that. That's good. Okay. I was waiting for that one. Okay, so why are you not in Tulsa?
Well, it takes about 10 times longer to put a shipping package together as it does a delivery package. So when we deliver in a brown paper grocery bag, which the Seattle people like because they don't like plastic or any waste.
Yeah.
And then, but also easy for us. And then when we're shipping, we got to get dry ice. We got to get foam to pack the boxes, and then shipping costs are crazy expensive.
Why haven't you opened up a location in Tulsa? Like, why do you hang out in Seattle?
Well, so our business is focused on local, and I think you should buy from a local rancher wherever you are. So within a few states of yourself, it's kind of my philosophy. But down the road, I think the future of beef in general is going to Wagyu. And so I do have a vision of opening locations across the country, more of a Wagyu specific. But like with what our business is, we're selling the idea that you're buying from a family that you know what you're putting in your body, you know what the animals have eaten.
Are you married?
I am, yeah.
Well, how come we don't just move to Tulsa? Because I want you to open up a location in Tulsa.
Because I'm married.
FYI, when you send dry ice to rednecks, videos happen.
Hear me out. He's gotten funnier since the chain smoking. It's like once he gets a full stoma, it's going to be awesome. Hey, real quick, can you cue up Barry White, please? Okay, and then let me now, real quick, before we do that, though, to get to the top of Google, I want to close this conversation, and I've been plotting this for 2 days. Now, this is what I think about. I saw it in my mind last night, and I'm going, this is going to happen. So if you go to Google and you type in men's haircuts in Tulsa, please feel free to do it on your phone. Assume I'm rigging the system or something. Men's haircuts in Tulsa. And you'll see Elephant in the Room pops up. That's my haircut place. If you scroll down, you say, I don't like that trick. I don't like that. Type in OKC men's haircuts. If you live in Oklahoma City, you don't say Oklahoma City. You say OKC. That's the nomenclature. So OKC men's haircuts. You type that in OKC men's haircuts. There it is. Okay. And you say, what about sponsored? Nobody clicks that. But if you want to pay for it, you can. There we are again. Scroll down. If you type in A new one I'm working on, very competitive, by the way, is Dallas Gyms. Dallas for fitness, so the gym, it's in Dallas. This is a tough one. This is a tough thing. There we go. We just did it. Boom. Okay, so that was 6,000. I remember talking to Charles on the call, and I said, Charles, in order for you to be top, you need 4,000 reviews. Could you imagine being told that? Step one, get 4,000 reviews. I mean, wow. Okay, so I want to kind of close the loop on how to do that because somebody is asking me that, and the internet superhighway kind of goes through Google, so I want to close the loop on that. So how do we do that? To my right is a trade show booth. I set it up so you guys could see what we set up for our company. To my right, it's elephant in the room. You can see that. It's our trade show booth. And what we'll do is you walk by the booth, okay, and we'd say, hey, we have a gym, and here are some before and after photos of our clients, you know, and here's a protein bar, and if you could leave us a review about the before and afters, that'd be great. Or another example, I'd install wood flooring. I got a video of the wood flooring we do. If you could leave us a review about the quality of our work, that'd be great. Another example would be, hey, we do haircuts. We could do a demo cut right now, or you could look at another man's mop being chopped, or you could look at some before and afters, but if you could leave us a review, it'd improve my life by 2%, you know? And they go, okay, it would reduce the number of suicidal thoughts I have per minute if you could leave me a review, you know what I mean? Because right there, I'm right in the, whatever you need to say, you just have to get it, you know? It's like, I tend to scream a lot in public and I don't get a review, because if you could leave a review, I won't scream, or whatever you want to say, but you have to get it. Okay, so you get are we on the same page? Okay, and then you have to write content. We talked about V, right? V, someone said V. How do I do V? Let's look up Weimer. Weimer works, great guy, like this guy. He's funny, fun guy. I like him, great guy, like him. If he's watching, Weimer, how you doing? Weimer came to our conference and he thought he was at a Reawaken, and that was awesome. Because it's like, hey man, where's Flynn? You know, like, my pillow, where is he? You know, like, Eric, Trump. Masood is always at a Trump rally. You saw him yesterday. No matter where he is, Masood's at a Trump rally. I love Masood, okay? But this guy thought he was coming to a rally, and then he's like, oh no, this is a business conference. And so I'm like, well, since you're here, get in the conversation. And so he had worked for a pool company. The pool company ceased to exist. They basically were purchased, and they laid everybody off as part of the acquisition. So all of a sudden, he's an unemployed pool guy. And I go, why don't we start a pool company? Which is why I keep asking you about this. I'm just trying to create some creative tension here so we get it. I'm going, you could start a pool company. And he's like, I've never done a pool company. And I'm going, there are mildly retarded people everywhere with pool companies. Do you know? And he's like, what? How many of you have a pool? Come on. How many of you ever met a mildly retarded pool guy? Let me walk you through the pool guy. A lot of these guys, hey, pool guy, I know you clean the pool, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but I noticed that you missed all of it. And Mr. Clark, they kind of all remind me of kind of like Billy Madison, Adam Sandler kind of people a lot of times. And so they're always wearing like flip-flops in the middle of the day. They might not have showered in a couple days, a lot of these guys. Well, Mr. Clark, what part did you want me to get? All of it! You know, I'm trying to be nice. I need you to clean it. Okay, how would you like me to clean it? With the things you pay. Could you show me, Mr. Clark? Because I want to do it right. Oh. Who's ever done with the pool guy? Yes. Oh, did you want your waterfall to fall? The waterfall? I was not aware that you did not communicate. Did you email me? Who's ever did you email me? Oh, if you could fill out the form and send me a request, my dispatch could send me out next week to fix the waterfall. But right now, I cannot fix the waterfall because I'm here to fix the filter. Bye-bye. Have you seen these people? And then they charge you per call. If you call them, $187 for me to come out to talk to you about what just happened. I'll see you next week. Have you seen these people? So I'm like, Weimer, you got it, baby. You have a sound mind. The fact that you figured out this isn't a Trump rally, that's what it takes. Right? He's real, and Weimer's cool. He's got 5 kids, a lot going on, never started a company before, so look him up. So now what he does is he gets video clips of him cleaning the pool. These are the videos. You see these videos? Got these videos? They're just 15-second videos. You don't need to be great videos. You don't need to have awesome. Are we on the same page? V, everybody got that? You don't need great videos. These are his videos. You see the videos? We got that? Any questions about the videos? Greg, let's go look up, let's type in Tulsa wood floors. Let's look at your Google map. What kind of videos are you throwing up there, Greg?
The highest quality possible.
Show it to me. Let's look at it. Look at these Spielberg. Go for it.
Prepare to be wowed.
Makes me cry. So these are your videos.
It's a video of a guy standing on a floor.
But you got to get videos, okay? V-I-S-S. Now, Trisha, if you had to write your own search engine content for papagallos.com, let's type in Satellite Beach Breakfast. Satellite Beach Breakfast. If you had to write, because again, you have to have V-I-S-M. So for the fitness guy, he had to have 4,000 reviews to be top, and 4,000 images, and 4,000 videos, and 4,000 articles. If you had to write 4,000 articles about pizza or breakfast in this case, what would happen to your life if you were sitting down trying to write 4,000 articles?
There's a lot of other things that wouldn't get done. The amount of content that you need for that, the thought of coming up with new ones.
But their business comes up top in the search results, and we have a whole team of people that write articles all day about, but you might say, well, what are in those articles, okay? I'm giving you notes, some specifics, we'll get into that. You have to use the keyword 6 times per 1,000 words. Mark, if you weren't here or weren't working with us, would you know that by default? You know a lot about farming and ranching, a lot of great things you know about. Would you know a lot about that?
I did have a small SEO company for a while, so I do know some things.
Got it, you know about it.
But most business owners aren't going to have any idea about that.
So this is what happens at this conference. There's a moment that's happening now for some of you where you're going, I know what I need to do, but I don't know how I'm going to do it, right? Because knowledge without application is meaningless. Napoleon Hill said, knowledge without application is meaningless. Thomas Edison said, vision without execution is meaningless. Vision without execution is meaningless, Thomas Edison. He also said, vision without execution is hallucination, maybe less kind. Vision without execution is hallucination. The book of James, who's read that? Be a doer, not a hearer. Proverbs 10:4, the meanest book ever, meanest part of the meanest book ever. That guy had a lot of wives, though. He was an angry person, a lot of wives. Okay. But it says here, Proverbs 10:4 says, God blesses the hand of the diligent, and God punishes the hand of the slacker. Hey, we had too many wives. That's why he's all worked up like that. You know, Ecclesiastes is more of a reflective book for him. But anyway, the point is, don't get a lot of wives. And VISM. You've got to do it. You got to do it. So the question is, videos. Does everybody feel good like you can get video clips? Everybody feel good about this? Gelato, breakfast, everybody, wood floors, you got it? Okay. Images, we got that. Everybody knows how to take photos, right? We got that? Okay. S, search engine. This is where 99% of my clients get stuck because they say, I'm going to write my own content. I go, you do that. I write books, and I know the madness. McKenna right now is with me on the book train, so it's kind of fun. She's on the book train, so McKenna gets to see what a 90% baked idea looks like. There's 10% where you're like, did you lose your mind? Maybe, but you're working, writing a book. It's a different thing. Anybody here write things? But if you don't write, writing could be an overwhelming thing, and some people are good at music and writing and whatever. But you gotta write our content. So we typically do it for our clients. But I wanted to show you how good or not good the articles are. So let's go ahead and type in men's haircuts in OKC. We're going to Oklahoma City. That's my own company. And I want to be clear, there's a tool called luckyorange.com, and I'm giving you a statistic that is true, but you won't believe it, so it's good for you not to believe it and kind of wrestle with it. The vast majority of consumers, a little over 95% of consumers, according to when you click if you follow where they click on a site, over 95% of consumers do not ever read the words on the website below what's called the fold. Another statistic that's very damning and concerning, but it's true, and I can't reference the person, but they might have been here yesterday. The majority of books, and this is a best-selling literary firm, okay? The majority of books that are bestsellers never get read. So when they interview people who bought, like, my favorite book is Tim Tebow, The Power of Taking Life by the Horns, or it's like, the new book, John Maxwell, 21 Laws of Leadership, or whatever. They ask people, did you read it? Almost 99% of consumers don't read the book. But they buy the book. Another one, I work with a gym. I work with a lot of gyms, fitness gyms. We sell memberships, but no one ever works out. That's the key to success in the gym business. Because you want to get the membership so you can go when you want to, but you don't want to go, and you know where you're not going to go? To the gym. You know why? Because you bought a membership, and that reminds you of where not to go. The membership reminds you, don't go there. Step on that crack. It's lava. That's the gym. Don't go there. You know why? Because you have a membership. You don't go to the gym, right? So because that's why you have a membership. So you remind yourself, don't go there. That's why you have a membership. Okay, so what am I talking about? VIS, search engine. And someone's going to get stuck with this, okay? So I'm going to read you articles that we've written. And then, Trisha, I just want to, because we do these articles for you.
Well, you had Dave write articles in the beginning when you started with Papa Gallows
We did.
9 years ago.
Yeah, we did.
And then you guys took them and put in all the right words and the key terms and all that kind of stuff. We actually got a catering off of one of the ones that he wrote because somebody scrolled all the way down to the sitemap and found it and read it, and we catered a wedding. We've catered a 50th wedding anniversary, some crazy birthday party for her. She's like locked in with us because of it.
So let's do this real quick, Sean. Let's find an OKC Men's Haircuts article. Are we banned from an IP address or something? What's happening here? No. Okay. So OKC Men's Haircuts, and then let's scroll down. Let's find one of our articles, and I'm going to queue up. So, Sean, go back. Go back. Go back. Click back. Okay, I want to find an article. Keep going down. Keep going down. Type in like man buns Tulsa. Well, I want to find an article that we've written so that way it's like, something that we come up top for. Okay, yeah. Okay. So now, what we're going to do is this is the article, because a client, I don't want you to get in an emotional argument with me later. I want you to deal with the argument now. So I think are we banned somehow off the IP address? Can you click these links? They're not pulling up. Will you click one of them? Okay.
I think we're good.
You got it pulled up? Okay, you got an article pulled up? You got it pulled up? Can we read it with you? We have it pulled up so we can see it?
Yes.
Okay, scroll down here. Okay, got it. Okay, so scroll down real quick. This is the article, okay? And then let's give Greg the mic. Cue up Barry White, please. I saw this in a dream last night. Okay, here we go.
Oh, it's Barry White?
Yeah. Okay, you got Barry White ready?
Yep.
Yeah. Greg, you ready to read? Okay, crank it up. One more.
I've heard people say.
Okay, Greg, right here. Read the words, Greg. Crank it up.
If you're like me, you've noticed
a little more energy,
Man
Greg.
Buns Tulsa, absurd.
I don't know about
absurd to sweep the nation. If you're looking to join the latest trend, the only place that you should get in contact with this.
Pull the music down a little bit. Okay,
over the
next.
elephant in the room.
Yeah,
the
go
elephant in the room is the modern, rustic men's lounge, where you'll be able to go take your hairstyle to a whole nother level.
More passion, Greg.
These professionals take pride in their work, and they want to be able to take pride not only in the way your hair looks, but yourself as well. If you want to take your haircut, we'll hold another level with the phone and get them to call today. Dial 877-2219. Choose to adapt Man Buns Tulsa, not to decide.
Come on, Greg, get into it.
Necessarily to make, but that's something that you into then. You need to get in touch with the team over the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is more than just your average haircut facility.
Okay, pause. Stop real quick. I have a teaching moment here. This is good. Okay. So they want to be clear. Okay, if you're a songwriter, you would say to a songwriter, to an aspiring songwriter, if you want to write songs, this is the phrase. This is taught. Ryan Tedder says it best. Ryan Tedder, I went to college with him. He's the top songwriter for the last 20 years. He writes for Taylor Swift and the majority of the far left wing, Lil Nas X, anybody that you probably don't agree with politically, he writes their songs. U2. His name's Ryan Tedder. But he says, don't bore us. Get to the chorus. Because people don't remember the lyrics, they just hear it. Right? So think about it. Most people, that song, Can't Get Enough of Your Love, and you get to the chorus, you're like, can't get enough of your love. That's how we drive our car, isn't it? I know, can't get enough. But the rest of it, we're kind of foggy on the words, are we not? And the song could be about something crazy, and it usually is, but we don't even know. We're like in a hypnotic trance. We get to the chorus, and we're like, Sweet Caroline. When we get to the lyrics, we're like, every night I heard a sound. And all that too, So that's how it works, okay? So it's the same thing with how people consume your web content. They don't read the thing, okay? So go back to the homepage, Sean. They're just going to look at the site and look here. Okay, this is called above the fold. This is profound knowledge you will not get in college. You gotta nail this down, okay? This is above the fold. Let's go back to Mark's website. Mark, what's your website there, sir?
NorthwestFarmFresh.com.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so we're going there. And people want to buy local from a family. They want to buy food they can trust. Tell us about the logic we have going on here of what we're trying to convey here.
Convey of our message here.
Yeah, like why have we chosen to put that on the homepage? Let's go back to the homepage, Sean. Homepage. Going back to the homepage. Feeling the flow.
Is this the right website?
Well, we have two.
Oh, okay.
You go to northwestfarmfresh.com.
Okay.
Go there. Okay. Northwestfarmfresh.com. I want to go there real quick. Okay. And then we're going to go to Greg's website. We'll go to Trish's, and then we'll take a break and introduce our next speaker. Okay. Go for it. Yep.
Yeah, we're just trying to portray the key points of our business so that pasture-raised meat is from our family and we deliver to you. So just a short, simple message.
And most people, just so we're clear, I want to walk you through how most people think. And I hate to say most people because then it feels like we are just judging most people. But I know, come on, you know most people. You're most people. I'm most people. Are we not? Let me walk you through. I'm a Democrat. Republicans are evil. They are evil. They're judgmental. Everyone's going to hell. That's a Republican, right? And Republicans is like, guns, gold, America.
Dry ice.
Ronald Reagan. We liberate. So there's like, but people kind of want to go into two camps. We shouldn't, but we kind of do, don't we not? Because there's like two, okay? So most people are kind of thinking, so most people, they go to the site and they're like, hey, I want to read the reviews. I want to see some testimonials. Where's the phone number? That's about as deep as it is. And once you accept that fact, so working with literary agencies, I'm telling you, I'm sitting down with the top literary agent in America. He said, let me tell you, if you get a cover with an endorsement by a celebrity, it's going to sell. All you need is an endorsement and a compelling cover. And literally, you could put in the book, he told me this, he said, you could write in the book, I hate you, screw yourself, you're the worst person ever, I can't believe you'd buy this book, rotten hell. And people are like, I love the book, it's just a really good book, I love it. Because people don't read. To quote one of the top pastors, Carlton Pearson, may he rest in peace, when he was a top pastor, he told me, he said, Clay, if you want to hide something from a Christian, put it in the Bible. I was like, you're sick. He's like, I'm telling you, I've been a pastor for 30 years. You want to hide it from them, put it in there. They're not going to find that stuff. You can put like the codes of success, which, by the way, are in the book, and the people would never read them because they're in the Bible. So I'm just saying, you're just trying to keep it epidermis, keep it on the surface, keep it shallow, okay? People just want to say hello, keep it shallow, keep it on the top, on this. Don't go super deep. Don't write a metaphor hidden within like a soliloquy and don't put a haiku on your homepage. Okay? Don't put like a joke that you would only get if you're, like the Yahweh joke, that worked for half of you. Some of you were like, I don't know what that was. That was fine. But some of you, but anyway, just don't put like a super clever, are we getting the idea? So now let's pull up Satellite Beach breakfast one more time. Let's do a search for that. So how often are you seeing people, Tricia, that are finding, they say, hey, I found Morning Glory. I found you guys online. How often are you hearing that?
I mean, like from our website?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, mostly it comes from Google.
You're hearing that. Okay, so let's pull up the website if we can there, Sean. Okay, all right. Okay, going to the website, okay. Is there some sort of IP problem we have here? Jackie, are you up there? Can you figure out what's happening? There's some sort of demon that's making it, when he clicks it, it doesn't look right here. Okay, go ahead. But anyway, so that's the website, and you're getting people that find you online?
Yeah.
Do you get people that say, I went to page 412, and I read an article that I disagree with?
Not at all.
But you know who's going to say that? You. Because I know you, because you're an entrepreneur. And you're going to go, these articles are embarrassing. Okay, then write them yourself. I don't want to write them myself. Okay, then have some. That's the trade-off. Are we on the same page? So 100% of the clients I work with, they're like, I don't like the content. It's embarrassing. Okay, then write it yourself. I don't want to write it. Okay, well, my employees don't write it well. Okay, then, you know what I mean? So but you have to have it written, but no one will find you unless you have the most words, but the most words aren't going to be the best words. Are we on the same page? Let me tell you another deep, dark secret. A lot of these literary agents will go to a celebrity and they'll go, hey, can we write a book with you? And they go, yeah. So what I'm going to do is we'll write the book, and they go, what do I have to do? Nothing. And they don't even read the book that they wrote anymore, most of them. So like the fact that Eric read his own book and wrote it is very rare. Like it's most of these celebrity books, you know what I'm saying? All these celebrities are like, it's a tell-all book, but someone wrote it for them. So the fact that like you get a guy like Eric that wrote his own book, that's rare. A lot of these people, if it ever says like such and such with such and such, usually the person who's the with wrote the book. Does that make sense? Greg, one more example. Let's do Tulsa Wood Floors. And Greg, are you getting people that are finding you online? Is this happening?
It is happening a
Have
lot.
you ever had a customer say, I read your article about whatever, and I strongly disagree with it, and thus I'm not using you?
No.
Has anybody other than you read the articles on your page, to your knowledge, and has had any issue with them?
I haven't read them.
Now, you will have an employee that you will hire, and they will want to point out to you that your articles don't make sense, and you have to rebuke them and say, it doesn't matter. We had a guy 2 conferences ago, very passionate man, said, you don't have enough parking. I was like, I know. He says, you don't. Because we had, like, when Eric was here, we had about 700 people here, so it's a little, and he goes, you don't have parking. I know, I'm aware. And he's, what do you mean you're aware? I'm like, I'm acknowledging the statement you made. I'm telling you, I've taken it into my body. I have registered it as true, and I'm saying, I know. And he's like, well, you should have more parking. If you would like to build it, you can, but I kind of want to put as much greenery as possible. And then I encourage people to Uber at that conference. But we only do 4 a year, so I don't want to build a parking lot for you to be happy 4 times a year, you know? So you have to just embrace certain trade-offs. So any questions before we introduce our next speaker about content, coming up top in Google, getting reviews, building your website? Is any questions about that? I want to resolve those. We have real people here that are having real success that could maybe answer that. Any questions? Yes. Yes, there is. Let me tell you how it works. If you put up a thing that says, leave us a review using a QR code, they won't do it. So you have to guide them through the process. So if you put up a thing that says, click this QR code, you're doing that, but it actually doesn't save you a step because it's the same process. So you can do what you want to do, but you're going to have to push people to do it. And Trisha comes from the deep, dark world of actually running a company. And Trisha, if you don't follow up with the team about acquiring reviews, what happens?
They don't do it. They don't do it at all. But go back to his question.
Yeah.
Does Google view it differently?
No, but it does do, gating is a problem. It's called gating or steering, and that is a problem. So there's tools that were created by people that mean well probably, but the way it would work is, Melissa, if you came to the conference today, when you would leave, or Mark, you came to the conference, it would send you an email automatically and a text saying, how was your experience? And if you left a 5-star, then it would send you to Google to leave the review. And if you didn't leave a 5-star, it wouldn't send you to Google. And that's called gating or steering, and that is strictly prohibited from Google. But yet there's companies that will sell it because it removes the conflict of needing to manage people. And that's called, there's many brands that sell that, but it does not work. And if is that helpful? Is all? Any questions about that? Or Mark, you want to share something about Google reviews, or anybody finding you online, or just any feedback you found? Because you know about SEO. You also know about the whole supply chain of farming.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's critical to have the personal interaction. So we do 2 weeks after the first delivery, I have our office gal call customers, ask how their experience was. We have a script that we follow, and then we're asking for a review then.
Yep.
I also, when we started in December, but in January, have a sales guy. This is a slow season before markets start. He's been calling 12 to 4 every afternoon, Monday through Friday, our entire customer base from people that started with us 9 years ago. And he's getting about 25 reviews a week.
One thing I wanted to share, too, that I like about seeing you in person, by the way, I love it, is trust is so important between he and I, and between Trisha and I, and Greg and I. And I just encourage you to write this down somewhere in your book. But it's the word shalom. I did not come up with it. It's a Hebrew word. And I'll pick on Mary because I know Mary. Kind of feel like Mary's like my aunt or something. I feel like that's the relationship we've got here. But it's like, you know, how many of you feel like you have kind of someone you know them well enough? They're kind of like your aunt or your uncle. They're not related, but you kind of feel that vibe. That's kind of about Mary. But the thing is on the review thing, I'm telling you this because I want you to do well. But if you don't believe that, then I can't. Are we on the same page? Like, so shalom means a win-win. It means it's a Hebrew word, but it means the way things ought to be. Peace It's a win-win. It's like, I'm just being very clear. If I charge you guys $1,700 a month to coach you, we make a 20% profit margin. So we make $340 per month to work with you. That's how it is. And so that's how it works. So if I have a client that we work with on a scholarship, let's say I'm charging a client $750 to help them out, I'm actually losing about $400, $500, $600 a month, every month until they stop losing. So a lot of my biggest client success stories started out on a 2-year scholarship, and now they're like an 8-year success story. So I have like an emotional investment in that. I mean, one of my clients, a true story, we went out in California and saw him. Just my kids met him. I wanted my kids to meet him, but he makes $1 million a week now, profit, every week. And he wanted to meet my kids and take them out for a dinner, and he was just like, they took him to a restaurant that has like, escargot, and it's like all this expensive bougie stuff. My kids are like, I think I'm getting nauseous. I don't like this food. I'm like, just eat it. It's expensive, okay? But all I'm saying is it's like a shalom. It's a win-win, Like they're like, Dad, we're staying at the Beverly Hills Hillshire to see our client. This is so crazy, this hotel. It's just, but it's a win-win, okay? And I always tell people it's a relation shift. It's when you move past transactional and the person actually gives a crap and they're going to keep showing up. And how many of you have ever been married? Who's married? Is anybody married? Okay. Well, isn't conflict something that you got to have? Isn't that right? But we're such a world of like, well, I don't like them. We disagreed about one thing, so screw off. And all of a sudden people quit talking to each other because they're upset about one thing. So the power of what we do as a coaching program is we meet you every week, and we want to make, but it's not like I'm not charging you per hour or per call or per email. Because I used to have a coach I hired in my early 20s, and you had to pay per call. So do I want to call this guy? No, because it's per call, per hour, it's like my pool guy. My pool guy, I just want to just put him in the head like I swear. The accountants, it's always, who's ever dealt with an accountant or a lawyer? Per call, per email, per thing. So you try to avoid that. But you can't have a mentor that you're afraid to call or text because you may get a bill. So I just want to make sure we're getting this. But beyond, I'm just telling you how my relationship with my clients, but switching to Mark's business, there's a trust there. People trust that the food that you're providing is from a real family who really wants you to eat well. Talk to me about that, though, because you just said some profound stuff there. You're calling your customers to make sure they're happy. Talk about what happens when you do that.
They're usually shocked, like when we first started doing it, and I was like, I think this is going to work. And nobody calls people anymore. So like half the time they're just like telling our office guy, like, thanks for reaching out. Like nobody's reached out to me in 10 years, like no companies have. So but I mean it's part of my DNA too, is like I sold door to door. So I hate talking on the phone personally, but I like the interaction one-on-one, like in person. So I love, like, if I'm at a farmer's market or if I'm at a trade show. But it's the same sort of thing on the phone versus like sending out an email or a text. If you have an actual person speaking coherent English, talking to you, it's like a rare thing today. So
Yeah.
I think it makes you stand out, just like, and then they know that they're buying from one family. So people enjoy that aspect because everything's been commercialized, and especially in the Northwest, like that's a key thing to like local. And so any touch point that you can have, people love it, and then they become more loyal. And I think that's a hard thing in today's world of like customer loyalty. People are willing to jump around. So just doing things that make it feel like a genuine experience, I think goes a long ways.
Now, Trisha, I mean, since we've met, I mean, we've gone from one location to 2 to 3, there's four different businesses going. You're doing it. Can you talk about that just for a second, how you and Super Dave, your husband, and your entire team, how you try to provide, you can't out-provide you're not going to out-chain people. You're not a chain restaurant. You're not corporate America. You're local, family-owned, Satellite Beach, Florida. Can you talk about how you try to make that experience connect with people?
Well, I mean, being in the business, working in our business helps that a lot. They see us there. Dave's there spinning pizzas. Nick's there behind the bar, which is Dave's son, serving drinks, walking around, talking to people. We're there. So that helps. We're also involved in the community. We do like school lunches for people. We go to events. I mean, the thing that we just went through with our building being sold under
Yeah.
us brought us into the community a little bit more. We went to the city council meetings and stuff like that. I can't believe how many people like reached out to us and was like, we're so sorry what happened to you. We can't believe this happened to you. We're so happy you're still going to be around. And we were like, I mean, we're just people, you know, it's no big deal, but they were ecstatic. It was crazy.
And
It was
well, if
awesome.
you thought about your week in the restaurant, what percentage of people are like recurring local people that just keep coming back?
Oh, all the time. We literally have a customer has become friends with us because they're there so much, and they've seen our passion, and they know that the food is, you know, fresh and good, and they've seen this whole craziness that we're going through, and we're building. They were there when we opened Beaches and Cream, and now opening the other location. They're like, this is amazing. What are you guys doing? They're asking questions and stuff like that.
And Greg, I want to ask you the same question here, and then we'll introduce our next speaker. We're talking about marketing, and you know, if you're not careful, you start to think about people as a demographic and a group, and you start to make a spreadsheet of like, we need to reach more women who are between the ages of 32 and 50. You know, but you want to. They're real people. We got to connect, make a relationship. So, Greg, wood floors. How important is it for you to actually connect, and the customer needs to like and trust you?
I think it's amazing. Can I tell a quick story?
Go for it.
Wednesday, my son, who's pretty much one of the most amazing people on the planet, his face is currently as red as his hair.
There he is.
That's Joe. He went to a job to help replace a window with one of our other people. He asked for a review, got the review. She wouldn't do a video. Okay, we got the review. She wrote us an email voluntarily later that afternoon, and just unbelievable how amazing these guys were, the great job they did. They were polite. They cleaned up the job site. And I wrote back and said, thank you for being the less than 1% of people that would take the time to do that. And she wrote back, we were in a love letter before it was over with. And it cost more than we originally thought to go get a piece of wood to fix this thing. We needed a special window jamb for it. We didn't charge any extra. So is it $80 or that? Which one's worth more?
Got to build that relationship, okay? Now, again, let's hear for Mark. Let's hear for Mark. Thank you, Mark, for coming up here. Thank you. Let's hear for Tricia. Let's hear for Greg. Okay, I'm going to bring up Ryan Walters now. Ryan's going to come up here for about 15 minutes. Now, Ryan, how many of you have interviewed people for jobs recently? You've tried to hire people? And how many of you felt like, did I just interview Beavis and Butthead together? Have you ever had that thought? There are great people too. There's great people. But how many of you have interviewed and you're going, wow, we got a little bit of a problem here? Have you interviewed people? Okay. And Ryan, good to see you, by the way. Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you. So I'm gonna have you hop on that mic here. Can you tell everybody what was your last job of note that you were doing? People might know you on the national. What was like the national job? A lot of people say, I think I've seen them on Newsmax or what was the last thing you were doing?
I was Oklahoma State Superintendent and the Oklahoma Secretary of Education for the last 5 years. Yep.
All right, and so in Tulsa, we talked about yesterday, in Tulsa, we're spending $23,000 per student, I believe, on education. We're getting a great product. I mean, I wish we would spend more, frankly. But we're spending $23,000 per student on tax dollars on education. How's that going?
Not too great. And folks, you hear that a lot. We need more money in education. It's not about the money going in, it's how it's being spent. And you see that. I'm talking to entrepreneurs right now. Wouldn't you love to have kids that are prepared to go create jobs in the future, create small businesses? That's not what we're seeing out of our school system. And you always hear the left point to money. We need more money. We need more money. Folks, money isn't the answer. The answer is changing education and creating a vision so that each kid and their own individual goals can be achieved. And what we continue to see every step of the way is the teachers' unions fight against that because they get more money off of the top of every dollar that goes into education. And so you've got good teachers that want to teach, you've got families that want better for their kids, and yet you have a system that refuses to change, and that's part of what we're trying to work on.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you two kind of rude questions, and then I'm going to move out of the way and give you some space so you can do what you want to do for about 10 minutes, and I'll come back. So I'm just going to kind of tee up two rude questions, and then we'll kind of, we're all entrepreneurs here, and as a general rule, on behalf of myself, I do not like politicians, okay? So when you say you're from the government, I'm like, our next speaker was heavily involved in the Nazi party. What a great guy. No, I have a concern about, political people. But I know you, and I know what you do, and I know you're for our kids and for our state. However, a lot of people maybe don't know that. Why should people trust you? Could you point to anything that you've done that was effective as it relates to reforming education?
Yeah, we have the biggest reforms in the country. That's why Texas, Arkansas, Florida are doing our same agenda. In Tulsa Public Schools, we removed the superintendent that had done a terrible job for 6 years. Tulsa saw the largest growth of academic achievement in the last 2 years that they'd seen in 3 decades. We did the same thing in Oklahoma City. We brought school choice so that parents could choose the path for their kids. We were the first state to ban DEI. We were the first state to bring the Bible back to education so that, absolutely. First state to do that. Now Texas is following, Arkansas is following, Florida's following. We set a trend that, guys, you can't understand American history if you don't understand the Judeo-Christian values that undermine or that set up this country, and we see the left undermining that every step of the way. And it's something else that we did, and we had to fight against the unions to do it. We brought merit pay to Oklahoma. I don't know if you guys know that with the teachers. Teachers can make up to 6 figures in Oklahoma classrooms now. We now have over 300 school districts doing that. But the unions fought it for 5 years, and now we've attracted some of the most talented folks from around the country. And again, we've got about 10 other states that are following our lead in that. But these are major reforms that we put in place in Oklahoma.
Final question, and then I'm going to let you just kind of answer this question, and you can go into 10 minutes of whatever you want to talk about. I'll leave so the morale will improve, and then I'll come back. Okay. So why are you doing it? Because this is the thing. This is the thing. I want you to, again, by show of hands, who's met politicians? Come on, who's met them? See, I remember I won the Entrepreneur of the Year award in 2007, and I went to the D.C., and I met Coburn, may he rest in peace. I like him. And by the way, my daughter is best friends with his granddaughter. And she's like, we're in my kitchen, and she goes, my grandfather would love you. And I'm like, who's your grandfather? She goes, Tom Coburn. I'm like, get out of here. Coburn? That was, if you look up Tom Coburn, I'm like, Tom Coburn? Like, this is the legendary Oklahoma elected official who voted no for everything. Sean, are you looking that up? Tom Coburn, you put it on the screen here. Tom Coburn. Sean, you got that?
Dr. No is what they called him, right?
Yeah. Sean,
we're fixing a web demon right now. Hold
Okay,
on.
look it up. Tom Coburn, though. Tom Coburn. So when I go to D.C. to get my entrepreneur award, and when I get my entrepreneur award, I met Inhofe, and I met Coburn, and this is, remember when the financial collapse happened? Remember this? The Great Recession? Remember that? I'm there at that time, and I'm going, can I ask you, sir, why are you the only person who votes no for everything? And he goes, well, Clay, they put a bill on my desk that's about this thick, legislation, and I'm supposed to sign it before I've read it. And I'm the only person who thinks it's unethical and unrighteous to sign something you haven't read yet. So I will not vote yes for anything I haven't read. I will not do it. And I go, you're the man. Now, I'm looking around. You would think, remember how crazy the recession was? You would think people would be like urgent. No, no, no. People were having a good time. People were spending like a bunch of drunken sailors. They were taking us out to bougie restaurants. And I'm like, why are you the only one who seems to be concerned about the American economy? And he's like, well, you see, I'm a doctor who delivers babies. And so I make money as a doctor that delivers babies. So I don't need this job. And thus, I don't care if people like me. I was voted for, the people of Oklahoma voted for me, and my job is to represent them. And so everybody up here hates me. And if you go down the hall, ask them what they think about me. They hate me. They hate Dr. No. And I'm like, I like you. So he and I hit it off. So I just want to ask you, in a world where very few people read the bills, very few people, I mean, these career politicians, they don't even care. What motivates you to do what you do? And then I'm going to disappear and give you 10 minutes. So what motivates you? And then share whatever's on your heart.
All right, well, first of all, yeah, that is a very insulting thing to call me a politician. So there you go. But guys, Clay's exactly right. What you see in politics is every force out there, special interest, want you to give them money. They want you to push their agenda. And once you're in elected office, you feel all of that pressure. You see the negative ads that rain down. The teachers union spent around $6 million against me. Before I took office, spent about $8 million against me. You saw it all over the news if you're from Oklahoma. It was a consistent push to don't do the things that you were elected to do. And so I think it's very, very powerful that you speak out. I think it's very, very powerful that you are very direct on what you want from your elected officials. I think it's very powerful that you get involved. This is a group right here, again, you guys are the cream of the crop. You guys are looking to ways to improve your business. You're looking for ways to improve the communities around you. It's incredibly powerful. And the message that I wanted to bring to you all today is if our schools don't improve, you guys are kind of successful in a lot of ways in spite of the system. That's what we tell people, successful teachers and successful students. We've got some good teachers, we've got good students, but the system isn't created to benefit them. That's not the way the system works. It's very top heavy, it's very administrative heavy, it's very bureaucratic, it's not individualized. And frankly, we've gotten so far from the basics in education, mastering reading, writing, math, and history. Guys, we're very open on this on our organization. We want good American citizens. The only way America continues to be the greatest country in the history of the world is if our kids understand what made it great in the first place. And what has happened so many times in our schools is we've seen an agenda to not only not push kids to love our country, but actually turn kids against our country. And I want to tell you guys, that's a concerted effort. The radical left has gotten engaged with teachers' unions, administrators, different folks from all over the country to create a giant apparatus to undermine the values of the American people. So what we did is we said, well, why are teachers in the teachers' union? The teachers' union is out today. I don't know if you guys know, today is a day of protest. Teachers' unions across the country are shutting down school today. They're very open. They're very proud of it. They shut down Chicago public schools today to have a day of protest against the Trump administration. So kids aren't going to learn today in Chicago because they got to protest President Trump. And by the way, the trainings, we've got an article coming out later today in Fox News about this, was given to kids as young as 3 to join the protest today in Chicago. These are huge, huge organizations with hundreds of millions of dollars. $800 million went to Kamala Harris from the teachers' unions. Hundreds of millions of dollars being dedicated. And you talk to most teachers, they go, hold on a second, I didn't know that. I didn't know that was where the union dues were going. Well, they don't tell the teachers that. They tell them you've got to join us because you've got to have liability insurance. You've got to have these trainings. So what we came along and said, how do we have an impact in education? You've got great teachers out there. They don't have a choice. They don't have an option. They've got money going into a system they don't agree with. So we created an organization. It's called the Teacher Freedom Alliance. And we're very clear. We want teachers to have a choice. You don't have to join the teachers union. We want you to get the best trainings possible and be able to create an education system that is not only good for you, but is good for the kids, is good for the parents, getting back to fundamentally what education should be, which is about these kids, the next generation, and the country itself. What did Benjamin Franklin say? I know I'm talking to a group of people that would remember this. Constitutional Convention. What did you guys do in there? We created a republic if you can keep it. And the only way that we can keep it is if the next generation understands how the country was built and why. What were those values? Why do we have a separation of powers? What were the Federalist Papers? Isn't it amazing, guys? It would be funny if it wasn't so sad, but I was watching, remember when Jay Leno used to do the, what was it, where he'd walk up on the streets and ask somebody, the questions? He once asked young people at a college, name me a Supreme Court justice. One of them said Judge Judy, right? Well, we just had a Pew study a few years ago that 1/3 of Americans couldn't even name all 3 branches of government. Don't even know the branches of government, much less why they were designed in the way that they were, much less the reasoning behind those founding principles in our country. Folks, you don't keep a republic that way. You don't keep a country, you don't keep a civilization if you don't have that understanding. And frankly, you see the way the debate goes so often in our country. Trump's a Nazi, Republicans are evil, all this nonsense. You can't even have a policy disagreement. You can't even have a discussion with the other side because there's nothing uniting us. Our history should unite us, even if we disagree on things. Why? Why was the country built this way? Why were these things so important to the founders? And by the way, you got a history teacher in front of you, so I might go too far back into history, but the founders understood history. You read them. They studied ancient Greece. They studied ancient Rome. They looked at Europe. They said, what are the lessons we learned from this so we don't repeat those mistakes? Our kids need to understand that. Our kids need to understand where we came from. And that starts with getting the teachers' unions out of our school. Our mission is very simple. We want to destroy the teachers' unions, and we want to create an education system that is meaningful for all of the groups involved, teachers, parents, and kids. That's what we want to do. And so I'm here today, guys. It's the Teacher Freedom Alliance is the name of our organization. I've got to run to another event. We've got a couple of members here from our organization, from our team. Would love to talk to you guys about it. We'd love for you to share the work that we're doing. We're in all 50 states across the country. We have 14,000 members in just a few months. We're growing very rapidly. We've cost the teachers' unions over $10 million in just a few months of union dues leaving. Yeah, we're very excited about that. Very excited about that. Because, again, those are dollars that aren't going to be used for radical left-wing purposes. What we do is it's very simple. Hey, we're going to help teachers be better. We're going to help respond teachers. You want to know the number one concern of the teachers that we have here? Classroom discipline, classroom management. How many of you guys have heard about classrooms being out of control? How many times we just had a teacher study last week, national study, 70% of teachers said that they're leaving the profession because of the lack of discipline and support from their bosses in the classroom. Our number one training we're offering right now, classroom discipline. And folks, it's non-woke. We don't do the victimology. We don't do that. We do responsibility. Students have to learn responsibility. They're not going to be successful in life if they don't understand that, will they? They're never going to live up to their God-given potential if they don't understand you are in control of where your life goes. And again, I'm speaking to a group of people that are taking their lives, their businesses by the horns. We want our young people to hear that. As a teacher, I saw tremendous turnarounds from kids that heard that and understood that. You saw kids that were very, very troubled, that once you could engage them in a way that helped them understand your life circumstances don't determine your future. That's a huge lesson to learn as a young person. I'm going to say one other thing, listening to Clay up here. The marketing is so powerful. You see what the left has done with the teachers union. If I said teachers union to a lot of people, they'd go, well, I mean, that's just a group of teachers. It's not. It is very, very bureaucratic from the top. These are folks that are pushing this agenda nationally, and teachers don't have a choice. All we're saying is give them a choice. If they want to join, they can join the union. But if they want to join organizations that say we're about America first, we're about instilling these values in the next generation, we're about getting back to education without left-wing indoctrination, we want to provide that opportunity. And we want to provide that ability to move forward. So, folks, it's teacherfreedom.com is our website. If you guys would like to know more, we would love to tell you more about the work we're doing. And again, can't say enough of good things about Clay. Love the work you're doing, brother. Thank you for having me today. I sure appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I'm excited about this left-wing indoctrination stuff you're talking about. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. Couple final questions here. If people do want to talk to you, will you stick around a little bit after the break?
Yes, sir.
And again, website, one more time, the website. People are streaming online. I want to make sure we got the website.
Yeah, teacherfreedom.com is the website. Yeah, I love all the folks online. Love for you to come check us out. Check out the work we're doing.
Teacherfreedom.com?
Yes, sir.
Teacherfreedom.com. And is that the best way to contact you?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Teacherfreedom.com. One more time. Let's hear for Ryan Walters. Ryan, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. And back into business stuff. What we're going to do is it's 10:38, and I got two things I want to cover, and then we'll take a quick break here. Any questions that you have, I want to make sure that you have those questions answered. That's my goal. But I want to just put this into your brain, and I want to say it in a way that's nice, and you don't have to be really smart, thankfully, to build a super successful company. But you being really, really smart is often the problem. And so I just see a lot of, like, we've got one guy, I'm thinking, it's just top of mind, I just thought about it about 10 minutes ago, but he's a guy who, he had an HVAC company. He came to this conference, and we grew his company by 8 times in 12 months. So in 12 months, he went 8 times larger. Did an awesome video testimonial, just, And I remember talking to him, and I said, hey, what? It seems as though you're real frustrated about something. He goes, well, it's so repetitive. No, I'm being serious. And I'm like, well, I mean, that's kind of how it should go. You play the game, you win the game, you make the money, you take your wife on a date. I don't know what you're looking for. And he's just like, well, it's so boring. And I mean that, and Aaron, I want you to come up here for a second to talk about this, because I call those rich guy problems. But I'm not exaggerating. I'm talking to this guy, and I'll be very vague about his industry in terms of like where he's located and his company now, but I don't want to throw him under the bus. I'm just telling you, we literally had to talk him off a ledge. This is a guy who'd been in poverty forever. He grows his HVAC company by 8 times in 12 months. And we're on a call on a Saturday. I'm like, can I ask you what the concern is? He's like, oh, I just told my coach. I mean, it's so boring. And I'm going, well, these are problems that I wish I could have had that kind of boring lifestyle growing up, you know? And I mean, it's a bit real. And he's like, it's just so depressing. And it might seem like what I'm telling you is crazy and unrelatable, but Aaron, you see it. Because you literally have built multiple multimillionaires.
You probably could see me smiling over here because we've had this conversation a bunch of times. But like early on when I first met Clay, like we were like a $14 million a year company.
Yeah.
And I was grinding so hard. And he would see me and he's like, dude, you go all day, every day. And I'm like, yeah. Then I fast forward, and at the end, we're doing $150 million a year. And I told Clay, like, kind of bored.
I remember this conversation.
And it's like, he's like, yeah, because everything's in orbit now. And it's just little micro adjustments. And so I said, I think I want to start coaching home builders again. And he's, you know, people who I would talk to, they're like, but you're running a $150 million a year company. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't have anything to do. I need to find a hobby or something. And he's like, okay, well, let's start coaching home builders together. And I was like, that sounds good. And then I started talking to the guys who were in the middle of the grind. Like that guy over there, he's grinding. Sawyer's grinding like a beast over there. He's just going at it. And he told me the other day, he said, I'm working so hard, I don't know which direction I'm going, and I love it, and I need more of it. But, like, eventually he's going to get bored if he just keeps being as consistent as he is every single week. He's going to get bored.
So what you have to do, I'm going to play a little song for you, and then we'll take a break, okay? Sean, look it up. Kid Again. Kid Again, that's the name of the song. Kid Again by John Bellion. Now, John Bellion started off as a rapper, and then he migrated into melodic songs. So we're going to pull up a YouTube video. First song we're going to pull up, though, is called Sail Away. Sail Away. Type in Sail Away and type in Jonas Brothers Live, because you probably would know him from songs like this, Sail Away. And then hit, and this is the kind of stuff he writes. So hit play. You might know him from these kinds of songs. Hit play.
This one's called Sail Away. Little firing, out on some kind of wave. I can slide in, sun rising, stars over Santa Fe. If the mental need to just let go, just let go. Let's go tempo, in this tempo. If the mental need to just let go, this love's from so far beyond and on.
Crank it up a little bit, Sean. He's going to weave in strings, and he'll go in a round in a minute. He's going to do a lot of syncopated lyrics. You can kind of feel the rapper coming out, but it's all together.
This love is so far beyond.
pause. So that's John Bellion. That's what he writes. So that's kind of what he does. But you might not know that. So what he does is if you go to Kid Again, this is the songs you might kind of, it sounds more like what he writes. It's more rap kind of style. Hit play real quick here. This is him. And he produces it all, plays it all, records it all. This song about being a kid again. Pause. The lyrics in this song are very important though, okay? It's about being a kid again, right? So like if you were a kid and you didn't have to work all day, what would you be doing? And now the unique thing that I have found is called the Vesica Pisces. It's the intersection of two circles. The intersection of two circles. Okay, so over here is my career and over here is what I like to do. And the two circles touch and in the middle, that's what I am. Like, I love what I do, so it's not work because I like it, but it's hard, but I like, you know what I'm saying? It's like a basic, the two circles. Like, I don't say, oh, I hate work. These people are going to come to the conference. That's cool. And I love you guys. It's great. It's great for, hopefully, some of you go, this is verbal abuse. I hate you. Okay, it's fine. But anyway, I enjoy helping you grow your companies, right? So I'm on the phone with this HVAC guy, and I'm like, I just want to know, what do you mean that you're bored? He's like, well, I just don't like it. I go, I don't know how to tell you this, so I'm going to try to give you some theological. It didn't go well, and maybe it'll go better for you. But I said, in the Bible, you know, the Hebrew word for work means worship. And the word for work means worship. Worship means work. In Hebrew, the word worship and work are the same word. There's not a separate word for work or worship. It's the same word. It's called avodah. Aaron, you know about this as well.
Yeah.
Avodah. Mm-hmm. And the point is, like, God gave Adam the garden to work it. Like, you're supposed to work as unto the Lord. So, like, your work is how you worship. And I'm getting really, really philosophical for somebody here, but like, I can't do praise and worship music at church very much because I overthink it. So I'm always like, I don't know if I agree with the lyrics to this song, but if I do, I'll sing along tomorrow. Because I have to agree with the lyrics. Anybody like that? So I'm like, I think this song's maybe a self-praise song. I can't do that one. I'll wait for the second one. So my praise and worship at church, I'm usually like, my kid's like, you pissed, Dad. I'm like, I just don't know if I agree with the song. But the melody is kind of confusing. I don't know if I agree with it. But anyway, so, but worship, you should also like worship. Your work should be worship. Are we on the same page? Like the way you work, and if you think about like Mennonites or the Amish community, you see that, do you not? Like their work is their worship. There's a pride or a responsibility to wowing the customer. And so John Bellion did an interview recently, and they go, why do you keep writing songs? You're like the top songwriter. You've written for Bieber. You've written for Maroon 5. You're writing for Jonas Brothers. You could have clearly retired. And he still works out of his basement. And he says, well, I work out of my basement, you know, and my wife's upstairs, so she knows I'm hanging out down here. My kids can kind of watch it, you know. And then I live in the same neighborhood, but I just keep buying the houses in the neighborhoods. He keeps buying the different houses as they come up for sale. So now when an artist flies in to record with him, they fly out to him, and it's in a neighborhood, and he'll say, why don't you stay at the guest house? And he just keeps buying the neighborhood. But he like records it, and he built a basketball court, and they're like, do you still play basketball? He's like, oh yeah, I do a lot of 3-on-3, try to play every day. And so it's a guy who's, you know, you would think maybe, but all he wants to do is write songs and write the best song possible. Some are hits, some are not. But the song is about being a kid again. And you got to somehow get excited about the work you do. Because I'm talking to this HVAC guy, and he basically resents work. And that is the problem.
Clay, I was going to say, this whole concept, and I've not heard this song, but you told me something years ago. You said you should try and design a life that you love waking up to every day.
There it is.
And I was like, never really thought about doing that before. But while I was doing the home building thing, it's like when my brother and I were 10, 12 years old, we lived out in the country, and all of a sudden a road goes in next to our house, and they're building a neighborhood behind our house. And we started walking out there, graph paper, drawing out the floor plans of the houses being built. And I'm 10 years old. I get fascinated by home building. And I'm like, next thing I know, I get into the home building world, and it's like the passion for me. I don't know what it is about it, but I love it. I love creating things. I love that part of it. And it's like, I never thought about designing a life that I love waking up to. But when you talk about avodah, which is work and worship, it's like, if you get obsessively preoccupied with being a blessing to your fellow man, with what your gifts are good at, then it's incredible how you create the Vesica Pisces.
Now we go back to this because this is really getting philosophical, but I promise I have a point here. The word vacation means to retreat from, and the word vocation means your calling. So vocation, the literal meaning of vocation is your calling. So I was excited to see you guys, you know? So people always say, they go, man, like with the Reawaken tour, I don't know how you guys did that for 2 days. I'm going, I love helping you guys. Like, I love it, you know? But when I used to work at Elephant in the Room, we opened our first store. I used to sell the memberships so I could figure out the business model. And I love selling memberships. I kind of want to go sell a membership right now, you know? Like, I love DJing. You get the feeling like I'm not wanting this to get over so I can go do something more important. I'm not trying to hide from you guys. Like, I want to connect and help you. I'm not going, oh, man, these people. No, I love it. I love it, okay? So John Bellion got into a record deal. And on the record deal, you have to have your songs approved before they can be released. And so John was like, I can't do that. And they go, what do you mean you can't do that? You signed a deal. And he's like, well, I just won't put out any music then until I can release what I want to. Because the record deal, how it works, you have to write your song and it has to get approved by some corporate exec. And then if they approve it, then if the executive approves it, then they can release it. Does that make sense? That's why most music on the radio is kind of Luciferian and hypersexual, because it has to get approved by people. So he's like, I just won't write music anymore. And they're like, you won't write music? He's like, well, I'll write for other people, but I'm just not going to put out any music until I have the ability to release songs I want. And so this was the first song he put out. I'm going to just play 2 of them for you. But this is the first song he wrote in 9 years for himself. So he's the top songwriter of maybe the last decade, and he hadn't put out a song for 9 years-ish. And this is his first song, okay? So kind of listen to the lyrics if you can. Hit play, Sean. Pause. So now he can do what he wants to do. So he might make less now, but he has control, creative control, right? I'm telling you, with your schedule, you want to build a business that creates time freedom and financial freedom for you. So now look at the next song he put out. So type in John Bellion, type in Father. Totally different, more melodic for those of you that like kind of country or songs that maybe have a deeper meaning. Maybe you'll resonate. So this is a song he put out on the same album. They don't relate. One's rap, one's not. And they're not designed to be radio appeal. They're just what he wants to write. And it's like, this is, because the purpose of a business is to create time freedom and financial freedom so you can do what God has called you to do. Are we feeling this idea? So hit play. Here we go. This is about being a dad. Dad song.
Gotta do that shit, however.
Pause. Sean, back it up real quick. Back it up. Go back here. Father figure, go back here real quick here. Go back to the channel real quick here. Go back. We'll find it real quick here. That might be the remix. I want you to hear this real quick. Father, go to John Bellion channel and then look up Father. Okay, you're going to get it real quick. Go to videos. Videos real quick. We'll find it. Videos and down here, Forest Hills. Luke Combs. Okay, why? Click on that one. 310. Sean, top right. Top right. Hit that one. Yep, go for it. Go right. Here's. Okay. I want you to hear this original version.
I'm scared to meet you, cause then I might know you. And then once I know you, I might fall in love. And once I'm in love, then my heart heart is wide open for you to walk in, drop a bomb, blow it up. So I love anything, anything, anything at all. Why love anything at all? If the higher I fly is the further I fall, then why love anything at all?
Stressed and strung out about things that could happen. And I can move mountains with the worry I've done. So I called my father and he started laughing. He said, you think it's bad now, wait till you have a son. So I love anything, anything, anything at all. Why love anything at all? If the higher I fly is the farther I fall, then why love anything at all?
If the higher I fly, if the further I fall, and why love anything, anything, anything at all? Why love anything at all? If the higher I fly, if the further I fall, why love anything at all?
Do you get the idea? Like, he's writing stuff that he actually believes, now, and so he's excited about it, but he makes less, but he's excited about it more. I don't know if this makes any sense to you, okay? So one more little example and I'll be done, okay? There's a song called Stupid Deep he put out, and it's a song, and they asked him why he made the song, and he said, well, because I wanted to write a song that was really, really deep, and all the executives say it's stupid when you do that. So I wanted to make it deep, so deep that the record executives would say it's stupid. So that's kind of like a jab at those guys, But again, the purpose of a business, I go back to this, and sometimes people learn through music, and some learn through examples, and some learn through rhyme, and some learn through reading. There's a lot to read when you go home. You can read this book. But I'm trying to make sure you get this idea. The purpose of a business is to create time freedom and financial freedom so you can do what you believe God's called you to do. So he rounded up the best musicians he could find, and he said, we're going to get together, and we're going to record in one take an orchestral arrangement of something that I think I like, you'll like. I don't know that anybody else will like it, but it has a very deep philosophical meaning to me, and we're going to do it. So that's what this song is. And so for me, like this conference, I love doing it. I love doing it. I love helping you guys, and your success stories get me excited. But I go back to this disgruntled HVAC guy. I felt really bad for the guy because, his wife signed him up for the coaching because he was unable to provide. And so she was like, he needs help. So we grew it 8 times in 12 months. And he's like, I'm so bored. And I'm like, so the end of the day, what it is you don't like working. And he was like, yeah. So I'm going, well, that's a deeper issue if you don't like what you do for a career and you also don't have any hobbies. So I'm telling you today, we got to find what is it that God's called you to do, and your business should just be a vehicle to get you to that. It's not the end result. Does that make sense? So you might be a carpenter or a doctor or a dentist or food source provider or whatever you are, clothing, but that could be your passion, but you also, maybe the business is just a vehicle to fuel your passion, but you got to figure out, why are you doing it? And I always tell people it's why to the 5th power. So why number 1 is why. It's pretty superficial. We go, well, because I need to pay the bills. Who can relate to that? I got to pay the bills. All right, we got that? And that's highly motivational. And then second layer, you're like, these are rich people problems, is, well, if you could pay the bills, why would you keep doing it? If your bills are all already paid, and all the bills are paid, why would you keep doing this? And then you go, Well, because I just so you to be clear, I've been kind of functionally retired since I was 25 because I sold my company at a young age. So I haven't really had to work for ever. You know what I mean? So for 21 consecutive years, I'm just having a good time. You know what I mean? So when I sold the business, I was like, I can do whatever I want, you know? So it's kind of so you get to that place, right? So why? And then the next why is, well, why, if you had all the money, why would you do it? And then it starts to go, well, I think I'd like to really help Mary. And then it's like, well, why would you do that? What's the benefit? Because Sonia's a good person, and I can see her vision, and I can see where she's going. I don't want to put my vision on her, but I see where her vision is, and I think we could get it there faster. And then it's like, well, why that, though? Well, think of all the great employees that work at ZDBs. You know, think about April over there. She's great. Great people. I like April. April's give me a thumbs down. But April's great. But anyway, no, but then it's like, well, if you provide a great job, you know, if April loves her job and you provide a great service for the marketplace, now the customers win, the employees win, and now you're really having some fun. And so you got to figure out, like, why are you doing it? So one more song I want you to see, then we'll take a quick break here. But Aaron, you've seen this a lot.
Yes.
Where we've had people that came in, they're like, I just want to make money.
Oh, yeah.
And then once they hit that goal, every time, what happens?
Well, what happens is it's kind of like we've had this conversation, Clay, but like I always feel like money is like a hammer. You either can use it to build something up or you can use it to tear something down. You think about people with a lot of money, they're one or the other a lot of times. And so we would watch people get really wealthy. And have a lot of money. And all of a sudden it's like they got to get in shape. They got to get a new car. They got to and eventually they got to get another house. Eventually they get all this stuff and they realize that's not bringing me any joy. It's not bringing me any happiness. And they start looking for other things to do with it. They start looking for other people around them to be a blessing to. And all of a sudden their life is fulfilled in a different way. Money will not fulfill you. Ask me why I know, because I chased it really hard. And when I got it, I went, this isn't it. This isn't the thing. And so my passion is seeing Sawyer get 100 Google reviews and go to the top of Google. That's my passion. My passion is helping people get to where their goals are and get that time freedom and start realizing, hey, if I had more time, what else could I do to be a blessing to fellow mankind?
So if you watch this video real quick there, the word confidence, Carlton Pearson told me this, and maybe you disagree with it, but he told me, he said, Clay Clark, that was the guy who taught me speaking, by the way. And I said, Carlton, and pull that up, Sean, real quick, YouTube, Carlton Pearson. I said, Carlton, how do you develop that confidence? You've got this swag. Like this. Did anybody ever see Carlton Pearson in his prime? Did anybody see him? I'm like, you have this swag. And he's like, well, I mean, all week I've been studying the Word of God, and I'm excited to deliver it. So all week I'm just overflowing. I'm filling up my cup, figuratively speaking, and when I show up, I'm overflowing with the gospel. So it just and I am excited, you know? And I'm going, this is when he was single. I go, well, what are you doing when you're not doing that? He's like, that's all I'm doing. And I'm practicing with the choir. And so when you see us, we've been performing and practicing and working. So when you see it, that's what I like to do. So this was Carlton in his prime. Just crank it up just for a second so you can kind of see.
Sing it again. Farther along. Come on. Farther along. I see you, fellas. We will know all about it. Farther along. Farther along. Just give yourself a little time. You're going to understand why. So cheer up, my brother. Live in the sunshine. We'll understand. All by and by. I love this verse. Come on. Tempted and tried, we're often made to wonder. Anybody been there?
Pause. He was having a good time, you know what I mean? Because he was so into his flow. And so he told me, he said, Clay, confidence is just where you're confiding in yourself that during this instance, you are doing what God's called you to do. It's a confidence. You've confided in yourself that during this instance, you're doing what God's called to do. A little deep for a cold caller, but if I ever coach a team of cold callers, I always say, you have to confide in yourself that during this instance, your calling people to promote ZDBs because you believe that's what God's called you to do. Now, if you don't believe that, you do not have permission to get on the phone. But if you do believe you're helping people, solving a problem, right, then you should have that energy behind it, right? So John Bellion's doing this interview, and again, one of the most successful songwriters of the past decade, and they're going, why did you record this song? Did it make any money? Was it a top 10 hit? You know, he's written a lot of songs that are top 10s, and he's like, I just really wanted to get together the most talented musicians I know and record one take of the most beautiful song that I could write at that time. And perhaps you like it, perhaps you don't, but it means something. So I'm going to have you watch this, and then we'll take a break. Go for it, Sean. For everybody watching online, it's John Bellion, one take. Here we go.
What if who I hope to be was always me? And the love I fought to feel was always free? What if all the things I've done, yeah, were just attempts at earning love, yeah? And 'cause the hole inside my heart is stupid deep, stupid deep. And what if where I've tried to go was always here? And the path I've tried to cut was always clear? Why has life become a plan to put some money in my hand when the love I really need is stupid cheap? Stupid cheap. Just attempts at earning love, 'cause the hole inside my heart is stupid deep, oh, stupid deep. What if who I hope to be was always me? And the love I fought to feel was always free. What if all the things I've done were just attempts at earning love? Just attempts at earning love. Because the hole inside my heart is stupid deep. Oh, stupid deep.
Isn't that amazing? You know, but it's, again, I'm just trying to help you guys. When you leave this conference, I might not see you for a while. Some of you I've worked with you for years, but I only get to see you once a year. So it's kind of like when your aunt visits and you really like your aunt and you want, have you ever had an aunt like that? You want to see her, but you see her once a year? It's like Christmas, kind of like I want to see you guys more, but I can't because you have standards and lives and you live in Washington and you sell things. But I really want to leave you with this feeling that, like, you're building a business. It's just a vehicle to get you where you want to go. And then you want to get there with great enthusiasm. And when you get there, you want to be excited about where you got to. So you have this unique time. We took a time out from this busy life, from all the interruptions and social media and text messages. You took 2 days to invest in yourself. And you want to figure out, okay, what do I want to be when I grow up and I'm a kid again? You know, like, what do I want to be? And if I had all that, because we're gonna build a successful company, we're gonna do it. There's nobody here who's not gonna succeed. If you decide to do it, everyone's gonna make it. You're gonna do it. I mean, you've met some great people this weekend, and everybody who's chosen to do it is doing it. Trisha in the back, she's doing it. She's doing it. It might be tough, but she did it. Mark's doing it. It's exciting. It's happening. Sonia's doing it. Everyone's doing it. You can do it too. I mean, we have a young lady in the back here, Eliza, who was born yesterday. She's born yesterday. She was just a little baby back there. She's born 6 minutes ago, but she's having success removing tattoos. Came out of the womb removing tattoos. Unbelievable. But you can do it. But once you get there, like, what's the purpose of it, right? And you want to be excited about it. You want to be able to come back and encourage somebody else. Because when you have success and you come back next year and you tell somebody else, one of Aaron's clients was talking to one of Aaron's clients, and he was like, I did it.
Yeah.
And it's so awesome, and you can encourage it and spread it, and it's contagious, and it's a lot of fun, okay? So when we come back from the break, I know somebody's going through hell right now. That's you. And so I'm sorry for that for you for today. I'm sorry you're going through that, but it's a season. We all go through hell, right? And the only time that we're all going through something. And if you're not going through something, you're probably dead, which is a little dark. But if you're going through something, you're alive, which is good. And so we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back, and we're going to talk about going through something. Like if you're going through hell, don't stop, right? So we're going to come back and talk about if you're going through hell, don't stop. Winston Churchill. We're coming back here at 11:25 to talk about if you're going through hell, don't stop. Coming back at 11:25. Come back at 11:25. 11:25. Come back at 11:25. Meet somebody you don't know. Give them a hug. We'll come back here at 11:25. 11:25.
Reach the nations, preach the nations, teach the nations, sweet salvation. Our God will have victory, yeah. Victory. Have victory, yeah. Victory. Our God will have victory, victory. Our God will have revelation. Our God will have victory, victory. Our God will have victory, victory. Yeah. Our God will have victory, victory. Our God will have victory, yeah, yeah. I got victory for my soul. Lift my hands up high and I'm whole. I give all glory to the Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah, we sing. Holy, holy, holy is our King, yeah, yeah. Jesus, you give me revelation for my mind. Jesus, you give me purpose for my life. Wanna walk in it, wanna soar like an eagle, all in it. Got big goals, you got big plans for me, and you'll find it if you seek. Seek and you'll find.
You knock at the door and you're looking for more souls that you can take to heaven, my Lord. You call us up where we answer for this age is ending.
Our God will have victory, victory. Our God will have victory, yeah, yeah. Our God will have victory, victory. Our God will have victory, yeah, yeah. Revelation for my mind. Wanna do your will, it's due time, it's about time right now. Revelation nation, no better place than this place here. It's a secret place where you speak. If you seek, you'll find what you need. And I need you, Jesus. God, you all I'm ever needing.
All right, everybody, we're going to get started here in about 2 minutes. About 2 minutes. All right. All right. Where's Carter? Is Carter here? Carter, come on up here real quick here, Carter. We'll bring up Carter. Coach Carter. Coach Carter. Coach Carter. Coach Carter. Coach Carter. Ooh. Coach Carter. Okay. So, Carter, get you on the mic real quick here. If you're growing a business, and that's what you're doing, if you're growing a business, this is the challenge about a business. If you know, there's a lot of challenges, but one challenge in particular is you do not get to experience the luxuries of being a government employee. However, you get to experience the luxuries of being self-employed. What am I saying? You probably, if you're self-employed and you're successful, you probably get to have a nicer house, probably get to go on different trips and see the world and do some stuff. But you also don't really ever get a day off. So who knows what I'm talking about? So it's like people will say, it must be nice. I remember it was Thanksgiving about, you called me. I think you're the one who called me about the leak. Were you the one who called me downtown?
Yes.
So we were downtown, and I think the roof collapsed or something. Is this real?
No, I think a water pipe burst. And it
Water
was
pipe burst
all
on
over the
Thanksgiving.
place.
On Thanksgiving that happened, because that's when it has to happen. You can't have a water leak on, it's not a good story if it happens on like a Monday when everyone's there. It's got to be Thanksgiving. So Carter calls me and he says, hey, we're kind of reenacting the Titanic. I'm getting the violinists ready. Carter, just fire off some other crazy things that have happened since you've been here where you go, that's just crazy.
Oh, with Elephant in the Room?
Or anything. Yeah, you just be like, that's nuts.
Odd smells coming from different buildings would be one.
Yeah, we had recently one of our stores just keeps smelling odd. So we've had to like rip a wall out, basically redo the whole plumbing or something, and now we found the smell.
Pet snakes being brought to work.
We talked about the pet snake. That's crazy. Anything else?
We talked about the witches.
Witches?
I know there's some. I can't think of them right now.
One of my favorite ones that I'm working through right now, and I say working through, is it always happens, is it like where I have no grievance with you if you're a key employee. I got no problem with you.